Councilman Carroll just admitted.
All right. We are going to start our City Council work session. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
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 Perfect. All right. So today is Tuesday, October 27th. It's 7 p.m. right now, and this is October City Council work session. I will start with a roll call, and I will call out your names. If you could say aye, please. This is, Councilmember Carroll.
Aye.
Councilmember Hassan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hopkins. Councilmember Hopkins, she's not here yet. Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
All right, and this is Vice Mayor Yasu. I'm also on the call. Before we start, I would like to make a motion to add 3 agenda items. And I will start with an agenda item E9, which is to add to the agenda, 1 second. To add to the agenda to allocate from CARES Act funding for internet connectivity in the amount of $50,000. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. And since we are adding this at the last minute, we're going to vote on it. So I will call out your names. If you could say aye or nay or abstain. Councilmember Carroll.
Aye.
Councilmember Hassan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hopkins. She's not here yet. Councilmember Johnson.
I think she's still muted from the chat. Is there
Okay.
a way to unmute her? Or maybe she could tell us in the chat how she would like to do it.
I
There
got
she goes.
unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is Vice Mayor Yasu. I also vote aye. Agenda item E9 has been added. I also want to make another motion to add agenda item E10 to allocate funds from the CARES Act funding for food distribution, and this will be grants in form of grants in the amount of $60,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we have a motion and a second. I'll call out your names. If you could say aye, nay, or abstain. Councilmember Carroll.
Aye.
Councilmember Hassan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hopkins. She's not here yet. Councilmember
Abstain.
Johnson.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
And this is Vice Mayor Yasu. I also vote aye. Agenda item E10 has been added. And last but not least, agenda item E11 to add an agenda item to allocate from CARES Act funding for virtual learning assistance in the amount of $10,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So I have motion and second. I'll call out your names. If you could say aye, nay, or abstain. Councilmember Carroll.
Aye.
Councilmember Hassan.
Aye.
Councilmember Hopkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Johnson. All right, I will just consider the abstention. And this is Vice Mayor Yasu. I also vote aye. Agenda item
I'm sorry. I was muted. Aye for
That's okay.
Councilwoman
Okay.
Johnson.
Perfect. And this is Vice Mayor Yasu. So I also vote aye. The agenda item E11 has been added. We're going to start with our work session. And first, I would like to read out your work session resident comment policy. Any member of the public may address questions or comments to the council referencing only agenda items after the mayor and the council have had the opportunity to discuss the agenda item. Each attendee will be allowed 3 minutes for comments at the discretion of the presiding officer. Attendees will be asked to conclude their comments in a reasonable time period if they exceed the 3 minutes limit. We have one presentation, which is fiscal year 2021 preliminary budget presentation, and I would like to recognize our city manager, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and City Clarkston Council and city staff and guests. I'm Robin Gomez, Clarkston's city manager, and as the Vice Mayor stated, I do have a presentation. I'll try to go through this as concisely as I possibly can. This is our fiscal year 2021 preliminary budget for the city of Clarkston for the general fund and our enterprise funds. As I think some or most of you may be aware, our process does include a preliminary presentation to allow for the council and the public to provide some input. That is what we're doing right now, October 27th at this work session. We will then hold 2 public hearings that we are required to have on December the 1st, 2020. I believe it will begin at 7 p.m. rather than 6:30. That's for the first public hearing, and a second public hearing at the December 8th council meeting, at which time the council is required to adopt the budget at that meeting. So really no significant changes in our process. I did want to preface the presentation by just making a few comments. We are, as at least in my lifetime, I've considered that governments and my career working in local government is always full of very interesting, very unique, very intriguing times. And clearly the last 8 months have been exactly that, or 7 to 8 months, even longer than that. So a little bit of the preface as to what this preliminary budget includes is really the impacts of obviously our COVID-19 situation, what has been occurring. It's still going to yield, it has yielded and will continue various economic uncertainties that we have all unfortunately been made aware of relative to just high unemployment, changes in various industries, but a lot of people in unfortunate times of distress, just a lot of uncertainty. And certainly it has impacted not only what we do for our work, whether we work in government, nonprofits, private entities, et cetera. It really has hit us pretty hard. Fortunately though, it's as difficult as it has been and will continue to be, that serves as a basis to realize what we need to be doing, what should we be doing. And while the city of Clarkston, like other cities and many other organizations, have really focused a little bit more on providing social services, or what I would deem to be social services that typically a local government, a city would not provide, let alone a city our size. But regardless, we are doing that, and most of the items in our agenda tonight are related to items that typically an agency, an organization this small would just not be involved in. So taking that into consideration, our forecasting, our basis for this preliminary budget is really a lot of uncertainty, but we want to remain conservative in our estimates, conservative with our spending, and also I probably should be using a different word rather than conservative, but really making realistic projections, realistic that we don't know exactly what our revenues may be next year. I've said many times at our work sessions and our council meetings that there's a lot of uncertainties in the current year and with our current budget, but so far we have fared very well. I will say as well as we could, rather than very well, but as well as we could, and we continue to see that our revenues are not significantly different than the prior year. However, we don't know what fiscal 21 will bring, and you will see as I go along through the projections that we've made what that will look like as we go forward. So what we're proposing at this time for next year, all of our funds budget are just under 11.5 million. 11,468,181 is all funds. And here's the breakdown by the city's funds from our general fund, the federal seizures, grants, host, stormwater, sanitation, and our SPLOST fund. And you can see the correlating percentages on the screen for those that have the screen, but our general fund comprises about 59% of our total expenditures of just under 11.5 million. Our second largest is our SPLOST, the special purpose local option sales tax, the money that we will be spending on our infrastructure projects, the continuation of streetscapes and putting in sidewalks and just improving our city infrastructure. And again, the other two that I think most people are curious, for lack of a better term, are stormwater and our sanitation. Really no change from the current year into the next year as to what our budget is for next year. This is the budget projected for next year is 13% less than the current year, the original budget that we presented about a year ago. Our general fund revenue, again, what we're proposing is not a significant, as you can see, it's just a decrease of 0.3, again, 0.3% over the current year, really keeping our revenues very similar to what we projected for the current year, and with a little bit of a change with our property tax revenue that I'll get to a little bit later on. But you can see the progression from what we adopted last year to what we will bring forward as an amended general fund budget for the current year, again, taking into account the economic conditions. A breakdown of our general fund revenue over the last the current year plus the 4 prior years, and certainly what we're proposing for 2021. Really not a significant change next year from the current year. And you can see with the growth that we have had, again, the growth in last fiscal year related to our SPLOST and the construction projects. A breakdown of our general fund revenue by main category. Again, the property tax, 55% of our general fund revenue. Again, we're projecting from property taxes just over 3.6 million. Our other taxes and fees at just over 2.2 million. And then the remaining amounts that make up just under 13% of our general fund revenue budget. We are keeping our fines and forfeitures at the same level as the current year. We will make adjustments as we go, but we are likely going to see that decrease, but we felt it just to keep that at the same budget that we next year as in the current year. A breakdown of where we're spending our $6,750,141 in main categories and departments, the administration, and there'll be some slides after this that break down, for example, the administrative group and what that comprises. But you can see we spend about a third of our general fund revenue on police, followed by then the next 2 categories, the administration and our public works. And really no significant changes in many of these categories, including our debt service, our capital projects, and our community action. Our municipal court is a little bit less, as we are anticipating, again, with the same level of revenue, we're anticipating that if there is a decline, we would correspondingly see a decline in our court expenditures. Again, our total general fund budget is just a 0.3% increase over the prior year's budget. Our 10-year, here's a history of our tax digest for the last 10 years, from going back to 2011, where we saw a decline in 11, 12, and 13, and then turned the corner and started to see an increase all the way through a 10% increase from last year to this year's taxable gross digest. While we are anticipating some increase next year, we're forecasting at this point to keep our general fund revenue for next year as if we did not have a an increase in our digest. We will make that adjustment as the year progresses, but realistically to the end of the year, taking into account what happens in the first 6 months, how the economy kind of progresses through 2021. Again, just a little bit more of being fiscally a little bit perhaps too responsible and taking as little a risk as we possibly can with next year's budget. If anything, then obviously if we receive more revenue, that would go into our, we would create into our reserves that we are hoping to grow over the next couple of years. Again, this just shows that we lost 30% of our gross digest between 2010 and 2013, but we increased the 240% from 2013 on. The next slide shows our millage rate. We're proposing to keep the millage rate at the same level. Again, we can make this change once we adopt the millage, based on when we receive the tax digest next year and hopefully by middle to the latter part of May. And certainly if we're in a better financial position, then we will bring that to the council to see a reduction. There aren't, I really thought there would be some more cities that were lowering their millage rate, but the next slide shows you what these are the millage rates for the current year for all the cities here in DeKalb County. The second or the middle column is that city's millage rate, current rate, and then the last column is the total millage rate. That's including all the different taxing authorities, the county and the school district for all of those cities. Including even Decatur. The 11.34 for Decatur is the equivalent for their city operations, equivalent to what other cities provide. I believe most of you are aware the city of Decatur, their millage rate includes their schools. They manage and operate their own school district, so that's included in their 44.563. But you can see we're still the third highest in the county. Stone Mountain did lower their millage rate slightly. I believe there were 2 other cities that did, but I think because of what COVID really, when it started in March, some cities were a little hesitant to look to lower the millage rate or even go to the rollback rate. But as I said, we will look to do that. And again, just a quick slide, how are the taxes computed? Taxable properties, you have an appraised value that the county sets, and then the assessed or taxable values at 40% of that. So when a property appraised at 100,000, the taxes would be assessed on 40,000. And again, you'd multiply or divide the 40,000 by 1,000 to come up with 40 and multiply it times our millage rate. And that's what the city's property taxes would be. $635.60. Moving on, this slide shows our city personnel. We are proposing the addition of 1 full-time equivalent. I'll go over that in a slide coming up, but that's currently we will increase from 44.6 to 45.6, and you can see administration, the manager, clerk, and finance areas is 6 full-time equivalents. In our budget, we include the mayor and the council, their expenditures in the administrative category, but we do not count them as a full-time equivalent because they are not full-time equivalent employees. Our police, the same. We are adding 1 position to the administration and then transferring 1 position from administration to police that I'll also explain here shortly. Same as our municipal court, 4 employees, no changes in public works. And in planning and development, we are decreasing from 3 to 2. We're just eliminating a vacant position for next year. And this shows those 3 changes that I mentioned. We are transferring our special projects coordinator, currently under my supervision, to the police, really to work on specific special projects, community outreach, community work, really to enhance and work on a variety of events, activities, and projects for more police interaction with residents, businesses, and visitors, of course, taking into account all the COVID protocols and process and preventative safety measures. But this position will be likely about 80% of its time will be completely dedicated to police. We're hoping to bring back the Citizens Police Academy, or we can call it the Residents Police Academy, Coffee with a Cop, but a variety of other programs, again, designed to strengthen and enhance our police department relationship with our residents, businesses, and visitors. Taking into account nationally what has occurred this past year, the time is right to focus a little bit more on how our police department just can do more and just be much more involved with our residents and businesses and visitors. Really, fortunately, our police department has done very well, and really we have not had significant issues in our involvement with our residents. But we believe that, I mean, this is the time to do this and to have almost as if it were a public information officer position, but not quite. Really just to work on it, on the activities that I mentioned. The administrative coordinator in the administrative CM, really to focus a little bit or mainly on parks and projects. In prior meetings, there had been a discussion about a park ranger position, and we can certainly look to do that, but I felt it'd be a much better use of a full-time position to do a variety of work from our parks, probably focus on some recreation activities, focus a little bit, specifically on possibly grants, really kind of more just an overall administrative work across the various departments, from public works to planning and development and through the administrative work. But that's certainly open to discussion. We've accommodated the budget and includes this full-time position with the benefits. And I should have put on here the financial impacts. I'll put this for the update that on here, but there's no impact on the transfers. The salary and the benefits stay the same. The administrative coordinator position, the total cost for that is $60,800 approximately with salary and benefits for that position. But that is the increase, so to say, is negated or by the removal of the vacant engineer position in planning and development, that we just haven't filled this position last year nor this year. So just felt that let's leave it out in 2021. And while we have seen an increase in various planning and development activity, our existing personnel has been able to handle that additional workload, and we feel that that can continue as we're getting close to being built out as a city. So at some point that activity will not be as it has been this current year. Just to transition into focus again, our vision and mission as to what we do with our budget, where what we spend our money on is public safety, economic development, our infrastructure, and ultimately ensuring that we provide those three as efficient and effectively as possible. Just to go over the roles of the city and the administrative processes. As many of you may know, we have our legislative authority, our mayor and city council. They're entrusted with, as the elected officials, to adopt ordinances, resolutions, serve as the legislative body. The executive body is under the direction of the city manager, who again is responsible for the daily operations, serves as personnel projects manager. And again, in our administration, where the mayor, we identify the mayor and the council and in the budget. But again, they're not included in the budget. We have budgeted for a position of mayor and 6 council members, and this is their budget. And just to refresh for the current year, so there isn't an increase in next year's, in fiscal 2021's budget. There was a salary increase in the current year for the mayor and the council. So their budget is fairly similar in 2021 to the current budget. In the administration, again, the city manager's office, clerk, and finance list the 6 FTEs, the manager, the city clerk, 2 administrative coordinators, including the new FTE, the finance director, and an accountant. And we are proposing in this budget, and it's included in the budget. I mean, we have to present a balanced budget, a 3% salary increase for all personnel, all employees. The only exception to that is the manager. The manager's salary can only be changed by changing the ordinance that the council would approve, the ordinance that originally hired the manager, myself. This is the total budget for the city's administration, including mayor and council, total for fiscal 21, just under 1.15 million. And you can see under the main categories, personnel, our purchasing, contractual services, and then supplies that the 6 staff need. I do have a breakdown again of the administration, some of the specific expenses for next year. And again, no significant increases over the current year budget, as again, I showed that our budget only shows an 18% decrease next year versus this year in the general fund. But what we spend on our attorneys or IT function, we outsource these 3 entities, our attorneys, our IT, and our auditors. We also outsource our liability insurance through the Georgia Municipal Association. It's called GIRMA. We have included, again, just left really some of the same expenditures that we had for this year, next year's budget. We can, obviously those are, you know, any of this is obviously subject to any suggestions, changes by the council. I wanted to mention that. And certainly, I mean, that's why we have the public hearings as well as tonight, but certainly even members of the public hopefully will provide their thoughts and opinions on all of this. But I didn't leave in there, for example, just the annexation study. Although I did, for the current year, it was budgeted at 25,000. I reduced it to 15,000. We also contract for our, the various dues and subscriptions that include our membership to the DeKalb Municipal Association, the Georgia Municipal Association, to name a few. Our website maintenance, ClearGov is our mapping function that we use throughout the city. And just some other expenditures administratively, our Muni Code updates, our city code of ordinances. We will have an election next year or 2 in March and in November. Also, you can see the expenditures for equipment rental and what we pay to have our property taxes collected, and then what we spend in advertising. And moving on to public safety. Of course, we want public safety is really the main goal of just about every city. For us, it's to ensure that everyone feels safe to certainly to walk around, drive around our city, go to our parks, go to a store. So our police department, vitally important. It's divided into the office of the chief. We have a criminal investigations unit, again, investigates crimes committed against people and property. And of course, our largest being our patrol. We will spend, or we're proposing next year, again, we want to be even more community oriented than we have been, continue to provide a professional and well-trained staff. We will have 21 full-time equivalents with the transfer from the administration over to police of that special projects coordinator. We currently do have some vacancies in the police department, and we have 3 in patrol, and we will obviously look to fill those. We recently filled one and just had an officer begin just 2 weeks ago. And again, one of the indicators, the 1.54 officers per 1,000 residents, really no change unless we had a significant change in population, but that indicator remains the same for policing. Next year, we'll spend a little over $2.25 million, which again accounts for 1/3 of our general fund budget. They're also subject to 3% salary increase. And as I mentioned, again, our, still continuing with special projects, enhanced service levels to provide. Moving on to planning and development. again, continue to promote the city and development opportunities, but also continue to ensure that people, continue to maintain their properties. That's vitally important. A good portion of our building permit revenue has been in businesses reinvesting and just improving their facilities, as well as homeowners improving, and as well as apartment owners, in addition to all the new developments, can continue to market and advertise and outreach and tell the Clarkston story, which we have been telling a pretty good story based on what has been the level of investment that has been occurring in the city. But again, just continue to encourage folks that this is a wonderful place to live, learn, work, and play, and your city will continue to ensure that as best as we possibly can. Again, retain and enhance existing businesses, promote and foster diversity, focus on again continuing the city center. We did issue the RFP for the zoning code professional review. We have a budget of $100,000, but we likely anticipate it'll probably be a little bit higher than that. Bids are due here in a few weeks, so we will continue to provide updates on that as we progress. While we don't foresee annexation even in 2021, it still is something that we need to be cognizant of. It will come up, continue to come up. It'll come up at the General Assembly. So we'll continue to stay focused on that. Also, our code compliance enforcement falls under our planning and economic development, again, to ensure our community standards and continue to ensure we have a appealing and beautiful city. The budget, again, $410,000 for just over $410,000 includes a salary increase with the director and the code compliance. And again, continue to oversee the various contracts, the plan review inspections, and our planning and zoning board. Our public works, again, just continuing to maintain our streets, our rights of way, our parks, ensure, again, as clean a city as we possibly can with litter control, and providing really overall management of all the city's greenery, as well as managing and maintaining our clean streets through a street sweeping contract and making sure that for example, our storm drains are kept clean. So, and again, they oversee the various facilities, Milan Park, Friendship Forest, 40 Oaks, and also overseeing the alternative landscaping that has been added, the permeable landscaping at the 3 facilities. They continue to manage and oversee the maintenance of our facilities and all the related contracts, such as pest control and alarms. And certainly they provide the infrastructure and various staffing for city special events that we hope to do a lot more of in 2021. Though you can see the budget for public works that's broken out by main public works, our buildings and grounds, and our parks, a total of just over 1.1 million. 11.6 full-time equivalents. We do have part-time work in the summer, and they provide the assist with the mowing and the weeding. And again, no significant changes to the public works. The next slide shows our capital expenditures. We are looking to add cameras at Friendship Forest. That would be other than 40 Oaks, the last place that we have not, that does not have cameras, but given the sizable investment with the work that we've done, it's important that we do keep an eye on and provide some security at Friendship Forest. The next 4 items were the same as in the current budget: the equipment, an additional replacement of a Ford F-150, and add a bucket truck and a sanitation truck, and these would be financed over a 5-year period. And then the last line of just over $125,000 that we believe we will need for 40 Oaks improvements. We are looking to get an additional engineer or an engineering firm, architectural firm that does historical structures to give us an update or a quote really on some estimates on what the repairs for the house out at 40 Oaks would be. And we will certainly bring that up to council likely in early January or February, excuse me. So those are our capital expenditures. Public Works, as I mentioned, does provide some of our stormwater work. They do the seasonal work and inspecting and maintaining the stormwater utility. We do allocate about $100,000 of the 2 full-time equivalents to that stormwater utility fund to make sure we comply with our national pollution discharge permit, and they oversee our street sweeping contract as well. Our municipal court, as I mentioned earlier, just under $500,000 in expenditures, again, including the 3% salary increase and 4 full-time equivalents. They manage all of our court proceedings, oversee and interact our judge, solicitor, public defender, and certainly as our revenue either goes up or down, we will make applicable reductions in the budget in terms of what we provide to every citation, or most citations have a part of each citation goes to different funding sources, different funds at the county and the state level. So as our officers issue or we collect a citation, then again, whether that goes up or down impacts what's distributed to those other agencies. Just to mention our other infrastructure, the county, we do not provide our water and sewer nor fire rescue. Really, we receive that through the services agreement with the county that includes also emergency management when those are needed. The next slide shows our community action, really, which tends to be an interesting discussion year to year, but we're keeping this for the main, similar to what it was last year. We still kept 60,000 and what last year we had termed urban agriculture, but really just any environmental type of work or projects. We have kept the 5 advisory task groups that were created in the last few years. Again, but we spent very little in the current year since we really haven't been meeting. Also, our special events, we have had we haven't had any really other than the Faith in Blue police one a couple of Sundays ago, but we've really didn't spend very much of that, as well as in our recreation programming. The community centers, the agreement that we have where we do provide funding to them up to $10,000 for their operations. So, and the last 3 are really specific to those entities, the Clarkston Cultural Fest, which hopefully we can have sometime in 2021, as well as the Tell Me a Story Festival. And we've had an agreement with All Radio to help provide their funding as well for their operations. So again, this will be, I'm sure, subject of review and discussion, how the council would like to continue to fund these entities. Again, as I stated earlier, we look for our efficient, effective services through technology, looking at our processes of public access. Of course, these are very different today than they were last year. Our City Hall and City Hall Annex offices have been closed to the public since March the 16th. They will likely remain closed with the exception of our court processes, at least through November, likely possibly through December. What that means, we're looking, as I stated earlier, to be able to allow for more online direct processing. So specific applications such as building permits, our business registration, occupational tax certificates, folks will be able to directly enter their information via our internet site, and that data and information would go directly to city staff, who can continue to work remotely during our COVID-19 time, but just to make it a little bit easier to access city information. Most of our public access obviously has been remote, has been via email, over the phone, but we're certainly looking to add and expand on that. As I stated earlier, industries have changed. How we do business is changing. However, there are a couple of things that will not change and cannot change in terms of really the basis of how they are done, specifically policing. We still need officers to patrol our streets. We still need officers to walk around our city center and neighborhoods. That cannot go away, despite what there may be folks out there who would like to defund or greatly reduce policing, but that will continue. We still have to maintain our infrastructure, the structures that we have, maintain certainly all the greenery that we do have, including our parks. However, a lot of the processes, I've been staffing City Hall Annex since March and have been sitting at the front desk. And I am rather intrigued by the number of processes and people, really people who want to come in. And there's no, well, during COVID, right, we've limited that, but that's really what people have been accustomed to. And through the social distancing measures, that's no longer really a reality. So here we need to be able to be more, to adapt to how people are able to transact what they're looking to do. And again, we've been doing that via the phone, but we will add technology through the city's internet site, as I've stated. But it is kind of interesting, and even people wanting to come and pay in person rather than putting something in the mail. Some of that has to do with how small we are, and you can travel from one side of the city to the other in just a few minutes, and it's 2 miles from one end of the city to the other, and it's just a few hundred feet for most of our businesses to come in here and to transact something. And I know a lot of people, I think, would prefer to see a different face for those that have come in here. I think a lot of, maybe some folks were accustomed certainly to seeing Miss Usher here at the front, and instead now they're interacting with Mr. Gomez, and so something perhaps unexpected. But we will look to, obviously, as we progress through this COVID time, how to just continue to see how even more efficient we can be. But again, even continue through additional collaboration through our partnerships. And again, we still need to ensure that we receive all the revenue that we're entitled to. And that is a little bit different, as many of our payments have been, made via the phone. But that does save folks, especially those that are not in Clarkston, for example, folks getting building permits to be able to transact from wherever they are. Moving forward is into one of our next ones, our debt service. Really no significant changes from the current year to next year. Really the same. We're still paying off the police vehicles. As I said, we would look to finance the public works trucks and possibly an additional vehicle. But really the $92,376 is primarily for the public works, the new truck, the bucket truck, and a sanitation truck. And if we do proceed with a tax anticipation notice, as we have in the last few years, that's what we would be paying for. Our SPLOST fund, this slide shows our current collections through the month of August, that we received in September. A little over 1.1 million. We're keeping the budget the same for fiscal 21. And the last line shows what we're looking to spend next year, which includes our bond principal payments and the interest for the bonds that we have received. So just under $4 million to continue with our infrastructure projects, well, specifically funded through SPLOST. And we will have more specific details regarding next year's projects, because we still need to have the council, and we will have at least anywhere from 1 to 2 new council members coming on board. But we will need, so that the entire council is aware of the projects and that were approved several years ago. But now we need to take another look to see if those are still the priorities that we would like for the SPLOST to continue to fund. Our stormwater fund on this slide, again, our revenue, our expenditures, no significant changes. I did utilize the fund balance of $100,000 for the project on DeBelle Street. That is an agenda item after this presentation, and we will provide the details, because the lowest bid did come in higher than what we had anticipated. And just for everyone's reminder, what we charge for our stormwater, the equivalent residential unit of just under $64 a year so every single family home pays that amount, which is billed in your annual property tax bill. So at the end of the current year, we anticipated that we would have a balance of $400,000. But again, next year we're looking at, in addition to the $100,000 that pay for staffing, the utilizing to pay for the DeBelle Street project, we do have at least one other sizable project on Smith Street to correct some stormwater issues along near the partitions business on Smith and partially on Clark Street. But again, more details will come throughout the year as we go forward with these projects. Our sanitation fund or our trash, again, no significant change in our revenue and the same number of collections. We will have a balance at the end of this year. We do bill $213.21 per unit, just under $18 a month. Right now for the weekly trash collection, we will have, and this will be at the December 1, December 8 meetings, an agreement to bring back recycling, which again, we have that fund balance that we can utilize, can be utilized for anything sanitation or recycling related. But obviously our fees will go up. There will be a fee for the recycling service that likely will be weekly, but we're not anticipating that it would exceed our budget for next year. And that's why we're keeping the same rate that we're billing each unit in our sanitation fund. Our grants fund, again, we have just the two grants that we're in that we know for certain we are receiving. If we need to make changes as the year goes on, we will certainly do that, or for police protective gear and the local maintenance infrastructure grant that we receive from the Georgia Department of Transportation every year. So to conclude all of our funds budget, $11,468,181. And again, we will have some more information. I noticed a couple of typos in the presentation, but happy to answer any questions or comments from the mayor and the council. And again, this is just a preliminary. This is really the first attempt at what really we, staff and I felt would be what we need going for next year, and certainly subject to changes, additions, deletions, et cetera. And again, one big thing to keep in mind that our forecasts are for the general fund for the 6.7 million is that we are estimating that very, very conservatively, I guess, for lack of a better word, that we would see virtually very little additional property tax revenue in fiscal 2021, taking into account that the valuation of all property in Clarkston hopefully will have some growth, but we are anticipating that growth will be very, very minimal. Therefore, that's why our general fund revenue is where it is. It's significant. It's less than what we budgeted for the current year. And that's why we don't see any increase in the budget, but rather a slight decrease. So that concludes the presentation, Mr. Vice Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And are there any questions from the council?
Oh, I got all kinds.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I hate to be that person, but one thing I noticed when you were talking about economic development, you said one of the goals is to promote and foster diversity, and that's something I think that makes sense for a corporation or like our university, because at the university, we're actually selecting what students are allowed into the university. They select the employees, they select who gets promoted to professorship or deans or that sort of thing. But in a town, we don't really promote diversity, but we need to serve diversity since we are among the most diverse in the country. And it's not a matter of like drawing people in that are of diverse backgrounds, but serving those that we already have. And one thing I think is not in there that we really need is translation services, because I know that one little flyer that I made for COVID, I almost choked at the cost of it, but they said to translate it into 7 languages was, I don't know, something like $4,000. And that was just a 1 page front and back. And I feel like through our municipal courts and the other services we provide, I think all of that stuff needs to be translated and needs to be done professionally, and that's not cheap. At least to hit the major language groups to serve the residents that we have, just sort of depending on people to get their brother-in-law to translate for them, I don't think is adequate for their services. We can also do with closed captioning for these types of meetings, sign language interpreter, all kinds of interpretive services. And I think if we're going to serve diversity, that needs to also be included in the budget. And then I also have a question, and I don't know how to put this because somehow we're like at a miss in communication. I was not aware that that portion of the city charter that says city arborist was being considered optional. The charter says the city shall appoint someone, and there's very definite responsibilities so far as who they are responsible to and answering to. I don't know, Mr. Gomez, if you saw Beverly Burks did a webinar with the city arborist for, I think, Decatur or Avondale Estates, but someone who had served as a municipal arborist for a city government in 2 or 3 cities. And that is the #1 core of our tree protection ordinance, is to have that arborist who is designating this tree can or cannot come down. This tree is or isn't valuable. And if it is considered a specimen tree, it cannot come down. And we don't have that. We're not budgeting for it. And it's one of the few city jobs that is specifically spelled out in the municipal code. So I'm not sure. I mean, I was kind of relying on that position to help save some of the trees on that 7 acres.
Are you referring to an actual full-time equivalent?
Yeah, or on a consulting basis. Either.
But we do have that in our parks budget. It's actually in 2 different places. And I just, didn't elaborate into all the details, but we do have
so there's a new
$20,000.
position coming?
No, it's not a new position. We're contracting under our parks budget, under purchased and contract services. We have $20,000 professional services. It says tree removal, but it's really for tree. It should just say tree services, or we'll change that to arborist tree services.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it
there's
needs to be
$20,000
somebody
in
who's familiar, who has been a municipal.
It's an arborist. We've only utilized a certified arborist the last several times.
Well,
that we
there's
have
a difference.
had our trees reviewed.
There's a difference between a certified arborist and someone who has certified in tree save, tree protection, and municipal.
Well, that's what an arborist is, though, a certified.
Well,
arborist.
it's a different certification for tree.
Well, we'll look at that, but we can certainly add that amount. I don't believe that we need a full-time equivalent, that we contract that out to a firm. But if that's the direction to hire somebody full-time, we can certainly do that as well.
Well, I think the person that we use, that the city paid in the situation over at East Avenue, if you go to their website, it just says you have trees need to come down, call us. We're the guys to take your trees down. But they don't have any certification for tree save. They have certification as an arborist, basic certification to remove trees, but they don't have municipal experience or city arborist experience, which is a specialty within that. So,
and we can certainly get somebody with city services, but I know I'm looking for we have about a total currently of 30,000 that is budgeted for tree services. We can better define that and include that they do have that certification, that specialty that you referenced.
Well, as it's defined in the municipal code, anytime anybody wants to take trees down, they turn in an application to remove the trees to the city arborist. and the arborist makes the decision as to whether or not it can come down. If it does come down, like what they need to do so far as compensating or tree banking or whatever, but the applications and the requests would be, well, it says to turn into the city clerk, who turns it over to the city arborist. And so, and to do the tree surveys. None of that's been done. So if you haven't watched Ms. Burke's webinar with the arborist, please do, because it really elaborates on what a municipal city arborist does, including writing their tree save, their tree protection ordinance for both Decatur and Brookhaven. And so that could also play into, and I still think it's two separate positions, of having a park manager, because you know, if administrative is one thing, but we need someone with the expertise of managing parks. So that is something I think we're really falling down on, and we're losing our natural resources. Like right now, we've got a huge kudzu farm right there at the entrance of 40 Oaks, because the underbrush was cleared right down to the water, and now it's just kudzu. And I think the expertise of, you know, wild lands management really could benefit us. And then that takes me to another question of one of the few activities that you can safely do in this day and age is go for a quiet walk in the park. And I'm wondering, like, why our courts are open when we legally cannot mandate someone to come to court, but our parks are not, when it's designated specifically for like quiet activity, you know, taking a walk.
Our parks are open, Councilwoman.
Oh, the
The only parts that are not open are the tennis courts, and
Okay.
we've kept the bathroom. We're going to reopen the bathroom soon, but all of our parks are open. We've kept the Friendship Forest parking lot closed because our contractor was finalizing some of the repairs that needed to be done this week. And we're hoping to just reopen that and have the parking lot available. But all of our parks have been open
Okay,
for people
so-
to walk through, to bicycle through, to skateboard through.
Well,
They've
I'm
been
not
open
sure
this
where to
entire
park for
time.
40 Oaks. So I guess that's my concern. So 40 Oaks parking lot's been closed because it wasn't completed to be open. Is that?
The 40, we never even closed.
I'm not 40 Oaks,
That's
Friendship
been open
Forest.
this entire.
Friendship Forest?
Right, it was closed. It was closed because it was under construction.
Still, okay.
Um,
All right.
Councilmember Hopkins, I'll give you another few more minutes. We need to go ahead and ask if there is any other council member who also want to speak. Go ahead and wrap it up, please.
No, that's it for the moment. That's fine.
Thank you. Any other council member who have a question? Well, I also have a question, Mr. Gomez. Why was the reason for not filling the engineer position?
We just didn't really fill it. Wasn't a great need to fill it. I don't, and Shawana's on the call. Shawana, if you'd like to add, but something we just never got around to doing.
Okay, but the reason I'm asking is, and by the way, Councilmember Carroll, I think he's unmuted. The reason I'm asking is because we do have expenses that we have to contract anyway. So, so there is a need for the duties.
Right,
but,
the work has been done. Right.
But so is it not cost effective at this point to hire somebody, or is it?
That is correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we the services of our engineer are actually being contracted at this time, and yes, there is a increase in the services that the engineer is is the services that they're doing right now, as far as the engineering services for not only the development but the streetscape project. The same engineer is working on that project, as well as the Friendship Forest projects and et cetera. So I'm assuming that the city manager is feeling like it is more cost effective to continue with the contracting services at this time than to actually have the full-time engineer on staff.
All right, thank you. Any other council member who have a question?
Yeah, this is Council Member Jamie Carroll. And so my question for you is, I noticed you left the millage rate the same. And I was just kind of wondering like what information you would need to make the determination ultimately if we can lower the millage rate, if it would need to stay the same. Would it be how much tax revenue we get for the rest of the year, or the ultimate valuation from DeKalb County, or some combination of those two?
As you said, a combination of the two. We really need to see how we finish this year. I'm just concerned that we may not see an impact hopefully we don't see an impact, period. But I am concerned that we may see one in 2021. And that will then, if we just need more data to be able to make that decision. So the revenue that we collect over the next 6 weeks, or realistically in 5 weeks, will help us to make a better decision. And again, we can make that change certainly in 2021 as we know more as to how the economy overall is doing. And again, I've said several times that we've fared very well so far, but we just don't know what next year, hold and how we will finish, whether we will receive, again, the majority early part of December, what that will look like. We're confident that we will be fine, but we just didn't want to make that jump just yet. I'm fairly certain that we will be able to do that, but felt best to leave the millage rate where it is and not count on a significant or really any property valuation increase. In other words, not much of a growth in the tax digest in 2021. But once we have more data, then we'll be able to make the most informed decision, taking into account what's happening at the time.
Right. I think that makes sense to be conservative with initial analysis. I just think even if there's not much of an increase, just the projects that are being built right now being completed by themselves would probably increase the tax digest substantially, even if the current everyone else's property value stays the same.
Yeah. However,
Your audio is not clear, Mr. Gomez.
It's lagging for some reason.
I'm sorry?
So I think your
audio was
really
not
hear anything you said after my last comment.
Oh. Huh. As I was saying that we may, I think you can hear me now, but
Yes.
we will make those changes as they happen, certainly, but we again just hopeful that we do finish the year on a positive note, but certainly for 2021, just too much uncertainty at this time as to how we finish, what we do for next year, and just felt it better to leave it at the current millage rate.
Makes sense. That's all the questions.
Any other questions from the council? All right. I want to ask Mr. Quinn, this is a presentation, so do we have to, is there anybody, by the way, Mr. Gomez, who have registered to speak on the budget?
No, nobody made that request.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the next agenda item. We have several work things to do, so if there are no questions from the council, we're going to go ahead straight to agenda item E1, award DeBelle Street Atlanta area for School for the Deaf. stormwater work bid to the lowest bidder, Leach Landscaping, and I would like to refer our city manager, Robin Gomez, to present this agenda item. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go
Yes.
ahead. Present the
Okay.
agenda item E1, please.
Yes. So we issued, as we've brought to before council several times, two other agreements involving the stormwater project to improve flooding on DeBelle Street that has impacted the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf. We have agreements that council has approved with the Georgia Department of Education and Majestic Indian Creek, the owners of the adjacent apartment complex, to the area where we're looking, where this project will take place. Weeks ago, we received 4 replies to the bid, and those are listed on the there they are on the screen for the project. They were all qualified to submit a bid, but you can see the results ranged from a high of just under 1.1 million to a low of 419,000. Our engineer estimate was 361,000. I had mentioned an original estimate of 300,000, which may have been really just an error or an oversight, but really we should have stuck, and I should have mentioned the engineering estimate, which was 361,000. But the lowest bid that we received from Leach Landscaping Incorporated at 419,474, again, is about 12% higher than the engineering estimate. As I stated in the prior, the agreements that council approved in the last few months with the State Department of Education and Majestic Indian Creek, the state is contributing 150,000, Majestic Indian Creek 40,000, and then we are responsible for the balance, which comes out of our stormwater fund that I mentioned during the budget presentation. That amount will equate to 229,474. Again, for a grand total of 419,474. We're projecting for this to begin in the middle of next month, provided the council approves our request to go with the lowest bid, and would last approximately no longer than 150 calendar days, exclusive of significant weather events. We there's a copy of the bid proposal from the lowest bid included that I'm scrolling through here in the item on the screen. But we were a little surprised how high some of the bids were, but this is what the result of our bid was. At this time, we are certainly by next week, we'd like to award the bid and begin the project, knowing that it did come above what we had estimated. Our contract engineer, Mr. Larry Kaiser, is also on the call if you have any questions for myself or Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. I just got a quick question. So considering the fact that this is way over the estimate that we had, I understand that the higher end is pretty high. I mean, over $1 million, and wouldn't it be okay to rebid this again?
We certainly could. It further delays the project. We're not certain whether we would get any lower bids, but I don't know if Larry, if you have anything to add to that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and Mr. City Manager. The estimate that I prepared is an estimate based upon unit prices of comparable projects that I've been exposed to and others in the industry. And so the 12% increase, Mr. Vice Mayor, that you see above my estimate is actually very reasonable. What I have found, and I think we have found this over the last couple of years, even though there are certain industries that are not doing well because of COVID, I will tell you one industry that is doing very well, and that is construction. And so what you see in terms of those high bids, really, it's really for two reasons. One is those bidders did not come to a pre-bid meeting on site. And so they were not aware of the conversations that we had with the bidders on site. They chose not to come. And those three bidders just did not understand the project. And so the second reason is if we rebid this, I will tell you that we will not come up with those same numbers. The industry in construction is outstanding. There is more work to be had that's out there, and we're going to see higher unit prices and higher dollar amount for this project. So it's really two reasons what I would recommend not to rebid this, to be within 10% or so of a bid on a project like this is, I think, very, very reasonable. Now, if we had to go with a $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 or $1 million project, Mr. Vice Mayor, I would recommend strongly that we rebid. But we ended up with one bidder that attended the pre-bid, and he heard everything that I had to say and the Department of Education staff person say about the project. And so that's why you have a number that's close to my number.
And the second question is, so why is it taking long? I mean, 150 days.
So two reasons. We are going into the wet weather time of the year, November, December, January. And so that's one reason. The other reason is we have plantings, Mr. Vice Mayor, in the extended detention pond. That's for water quality. And so hard to establish vegetation in the period of November, December, January, February timeframe. So I extended it into the period of time where you can actually plant vegetation in that detention pond, which is that March timeframe, or 150 days from the date of notice proceed. So that's one of the reasons why. First, weather, moving dirt in that detention pond area. We are moving about 8,000 cubic yards of soil. And if we have a lot of wet weather, obviously we're going to allow them to have extended days because of wet weather. And so that's why we gave them 150 calendar days.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Any other questions from the council? All right. I'm going to ask one more time. Any other council member who want to ask a question on this agenda item? All right. Seeing none, Mr. Gomez, did anybody register on this agenda item?
None registered on this item.
All right. We're going to go, if there are any other questions from the council, we're going to go ahead and go to the next agenda item, which is E2. It's to discuss discuss extending the sunset clause of the Clean Indoor Air Act to certain grandfathered businesses. And this agenda item has been brought by me and also Councilmember Carroll. And I just want to give a little background on this agenda item first. So if we all recall that in August of 2016, the City Council passed the Clean Air Act, and at that time, certain businesses that qualified were grandfathered. And then again in 2018, that was amended and extended again until 2020, which is going to be this next month. And this is being proposed pretty much in the same, with the same reason that is being grandfathered twice, and which is, although we know that the Clean Air Act has been effective in protecting the public, but the council had concerns that the ordinance may impose hardship to businesses in the city that compete with similar nearby businesses and that are not subject to strict no smoking regulations, like in DeKalb County, in the unincorporated area particularly. And there were very strict measures that the city council required the businesses to have in order to be grandfathered, one of which was to make sure only above 18 would enter the establishment, and other thing that we are proposing right now is to make sure that the businesses who will be considered for grandfathering again put a sign on their door that says that, you know, smoking may cause cancer, and that this establishment is a smoking establishment, so that people will be warned before they get in the establishment. And another thing is we are considering absolutely, if DeKalb County enacts a stricter ordinance, the current council is not gonna doesn't have to abide by this. We're gonna go ahead and terminate it anytime with a reasonable warning given to them. And last but not least is there'll be no new permits issued, and if the owner is convicted violating the terms of the ordinance, their grandfather is also taken away or revoked, that their permit will be revoked. And right now, there are two businesses who have, with hookah especially, who have been holding a permit, an effective permit that they've been holding for the last 3 years, and they are Ponds Lounge and Grill and also Lampadina Cafe. And the other establishment that is being considered for grandfathering is the adult entertainment business, which is, we have only one in Clarkston. And the reason is the same, because this could potentially create, if we impose on them stricter measures, that they cannot compete with the similar businesses outside the city limit. So that's the reason that they're being considered for grandfathering again. Is there anything you want to add, Councilmember Carroll, to this?
No, I think you covered it.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Mr. Quinn, you want to add anything? Mr. Quinn? All right, I guess he probably is muted or something, but while we are awaiting, if there are anything Mr. Quinn would like to add, I will go ahead and if there are any questions from the council.
Yes, this is Councilwoman Johnson. I have a question or two or three.
Yes,
And I would like to start by asking the question, when we originated this last number, I guess the second grandfathering, the only we grandfathered them for 2 years temporarily to do what again? To allow them time to do what? That's the part I need to understand. I didn't hear it.
I'm not sure if I understood your question, but they were grandfathered because that the city council felt that this would create, if we put a strict measure, while DeKalb County is not putting strict measure to similar businesses, it would create hardship to the businesses, and that was the reason that they were grandfathered before.
No.
Okay, because as of 2018, DeKalb County did put some things in place for the Clean Air Act. And one of the things that they did note in their ordinance is that restaurants, even if they have a alcohol license, could not smoke hookah. They had to be classified as a freestanding bar nightclub, lounge, or adult entertainment. And I know we have the authority to create our own ordinances or not go by DeKalb County. But that was one of the things that you guys talked about on the previous, in 2018, allowing DeKalb County to actually put some things in place, and they did. So are we not going to adhere to those or look at them? Because we don't have bars, bars, lounges, nightclubs, and the only person that would actually be grandfathered is strokers.
Right. When we say, I do understand that we do not have per se bars in Clarkston. However, there are businesses that are similar to these establishments that are in Clarkston that has been providing hookah to their clients, and there are similar businesses in the unincorporated area that they call freestanding bar, but they are the competition for the businesses that are in the city limit. So I understand that we do not have freestanding bars. However, we do have similar businesses that are outside the unincorporated area. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Carroll, Councilmember Carroll?
No, I've looked at the cab ordinance, and it's the freestanding bars. Obviously, the main difference is that they don't have the 51-49 distinction, but otherwise, it seems like that they compete with the Clarkston businesses. Lambadina and Pont Sports Salons would allow it.
Well, according to our ordinance, we don't have those establishments.
Right.
So that's why I was trying to be clear on that. I just needed to make sure I wasn't overthinking this.
This is Steven. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Of course,
Steve.
yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. So I'd just like to, perhaps I can maybe clarify on this question. So as far as defining something as a bar, it has two different meanings and implications. On the side of alcohol, then and zoning regulation, then it's a determination that you're going to allow a business that focuses on alcohol, obviously, rather than food. So on that decision, Clarkston has said that we're going to require 50% food, so we don't allow what's defined as a bar. We don't have that category. Then on the smoking side of the regulation, under state law and any of the smoking ordinances that I've seen, sometimes they'll allow smoking in a bar. And one of the things about it is that it excludes people under 21. And what Clarkston did in the ordinance that grandfathered that we have existing was exclude people under 21. And so it's sort of, recognizing that we don't allow a bar as a use on the alcohol and zoning side. It was kind of following the effective public protection that happens with defining it as a bar under smoking.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Are there any other questions?
I have a comment that's sort of building on what Mr. Quinn was just saying. Reading directly from the ordinance in the code, it says under section 1069, temporary grandfathering of certain establishments, it does allow the exceptions of a business license to operate as basically a smoke shop or be a restaurant, but it does specify that no person under 21 years old is permitted inside the business at any time. And so I don't think that has been the case. At some of these that we're talking about grandfathering, I think they have allowed people under 21 in, the afternoon and the evening. And so that itself would be a violation of the conditions for it having been grandfathered thus far. And then my Well, that's my main concern. If I'm reading that correctly, it says that notwithstanding any other provisions of this article, smoking shall be permitted until December 31st, 2020 in the following places: A, adult entertainment; B, business that meets all of the following criteria, which is it's either a smoke shop or a restaurant, and no one under 21 is ever allowed. With respect to the foregoing, subsequent B for detail for smoke shops and restaurants, failure to maintain all of the required conditions in place at the time result in permanent revocation of grandfathered status of the business upon notice of the business, due process, so on and so forth. So the fact that children have at all ever been allowed in there, according to what we have written in our code, should make their the grandfathering revoked right there automatically. And also there was the question of if they were currently licensed with the hookah thing, and Mr. Gomez sent out licensing papers today, but they were for 2018 and then again for 2019. I did not see them for 2020.
They're there.
They are there? Okay,
Yeah.
I just missed
Yes,
it.
but I
then.
have
All
a
right.
question about one of them because
Okay.
I took a drive today through the city, and one of the two establishments that actually have a license to smoke hookah, on the application, they have another business attached to a business, and the address is incorrect on the application for the hookah. I'm looking at the application. They at Ponce Sports Lounge actually did an application for Suite A, and the restaurant is Suite E, and Addie's Hookah and Tobacco Supply is Suite A. So therefore, that's not a legitimate application because that's not the address of Addie's Hookah and Tobacco Supply. So we needed to get that clarified as well. So I needed to verify that they are, because the Suite A is not open for business. I tried to open the door today and it's not open. So I needed to know which one of these establishments actually has a license to smoke hookah.
Can you address to that, Mr. Gomez?
Yes, I'm looking at the application, and I believe the Councilwoman Johnson is correct.
And if you look at it, they attempted to write Addie's Tobacco and a Hookah and Tobacco Supply and scratched it out. And that was in 2018. So technically that would revoke their hookah license altogether because that is not the address of the lounge.
So if we nothing would ever be automatic as far as revoking a license, but there is a provision in the business license for business licensing, and I think the same we could reasonably apply to the smoking licenses about inaccuracies in the application, and there's different punishments that the city council can ultimately give out. My point being that there is a process for that, and a question would be whether it was a purposeful misrepresentation or, what they call a Scrivener's error.
And I just have also, I just would like to say that the smoke shop the city council did not require the smoke shops to have a hookah permit. So I'm not sure why the error happened, but the smoke shop doesn't have to pay $1,000 and apply. So only restaurants are the ones that were required to be regulated, and for obvious reasons. So I'm not exactly sure why that happened, but
It's the matter. I mean, as Mr. Quinn was just saying, was it Scrivener's error? I assume means a typo, or an intentional thing. And the fact that they would not be allowed to have anyone in the restaurant under 21, but it wouldn't matter if they got the permit under the address of the smoke shop is telling, because it still is kind of a workaround on the ordinance as it was written, that they cannot have anyone under 21 there, which brings us to, you know, what do we want in the original intent of the ordinance? Like, do we want to prioritize smoking above children? Say, yes, you can, we don't have bars, you can't have it at a bar, but you can have it with no children and smoking any time. And that's not really a grandfathering, that's a changing of, I would think.
Well, when we say, I mean, we actually placed that requirement, and we made it very strict that they would not allow anybody under 18 anytime, at any time at all. And during the smoking hours, they cannot allow anybody under 21. And they accepted those restrictions. And if they're being violated, I really believe that's up to our code enforcement to enforce those. But the city council
See,
did
code
put
enforcement.
I'm sorry. So the city council did impose strict restrictions on those establishments that they did, and they did accept those strict requirements.
So, so you're saying that it should be posted in 4 years? It should be somewhere posted on the door, the window, or something that you can't go in if you're okay.
They do have it, I believe. And now we're going to add on their door that says that smoking may cause cancer, and the same warning that people put on cigarettes. And it's up to the adults to choose if they want to enter there. But we certainly want to make sure that people are aware that there is smoking going on in this establishment.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that was up to our code enforcement to mandate. However, they don't have the code enforcement doesn't have those operational hours. So at that point, that would be at the discretion of our police. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
Any other questions from the council? I believe we have some people who got registered to speak on this agenda item, Mr. Gomez.
Yes.
This is the first time we did this, so if you could, we can go ahead and take their comments.
Yep. We have Mr. Brian Medford. Brian Medford.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, so I see this a couple different ways. First of all, we gave a sunset clause for a reason, to give people time to get their affairs in order and sunset things, and we keep moving the target. And as a small businessman, you can't do that to somebody. We need to settle this thing one way or the other. It just needs to be done. I don't want to be here in 2 more years. So, you know, whether or not they can grandfather in or what doesn't really matter. It just needs to be settled, because it's not fair to these businesses to be sitting there wondering about what's going to happen next. I know they were told that it would all be sunset in 2 years, but obviously what the city says we don't really mean, which is not the first time it's happened. So when we lay down a law, you know, if it's going to help somebody out in a couple of years, we'll just go ahead and change it. So what I see here in reading the proposed ordinances here lays down a pretty good framework around enforcement and issues. I mean, if these people are going to make a decision to go inside a place where you can smoke, they're all adults. It's pretty clear they've made their own choices. So it's a personal decision at that point. I grew up in a household that smokes, and I do not smoke. But you can't just keep shifting the business around on this. So if we stick to these rules and enforce them, what is being proposed tonight for the rules around this seem adequate. I would not revisit this until DeKalb County goes further. Deborah has a great point that DeKalb County has done things. And if we want to bring something back up as a new agenda item to align ourselves with whatever DeKalb County has done, we should do that. But we need to put this thing to bed. Like I said, for the sake of the businesses, just so they don't have to keep trying to figure out what they're going to do next. But once again, enforcement, without the enforcement part, then there is no law. So if we're not going to actually enforce this and put all these rules around this, and there's a lot of rules around this, if we're not actually going to put somebody in charge of making sure these rules are followed, then why bother? Why do any of this if we're not going to enforce it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesford. Any other comments?
Do you have to sign in for this? I didn't get the rules on this. I had a comment.
We have a Bill Pongnon.
Go ahead, Bill Panan. I'm sorry if we're saying your name wrong.
Might not be on. Okay. Bekalu Adane.
Mr. Bakalu, are you on the line? All right, we can go ahead next person, next speaker.
Bill Gamble.
All right, we're going to go to the next speaker.
Asiya Yasin.
I'm not sure what's going on.
This is Bill Gamble. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yep, we hear you, Bill.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to work the Zoom thing. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking the council for allowing us to grandfather and continue smoking so far. As I have expressed time before, we're a very unique type of business, the only one in Clarkston. And as such, and being a private business, we again ask this council's consideration to extend the smoking grandfathering. We have to compete in a market that has always allowed smoking in adult clubs in the whole metropolitan area. Eliminating smoking in the adult entertainment club would create an extremely difficult situation for our business and cause a huge economic negative impact. And we would ask for your consideration on this ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
We have Tesfa Mariam Wegayehu. Is that iPhone Jimmy, I think?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you for
Go ahead.
giving me the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak behalf of in this agenda. This is Tessa Mugayo from Palm Sport Lounge. The reason why I'm here tonight is to speak behalf of this smoking ordinance and to just make sure we's out hookers. I'm not gonna stay there. I cannot survive because all the clientele I have is they want to come eat and they want to drink and they want to smoke hookah. And like I said, we suffered almost 2-3 years until this thing is to be resolved, finally resolved. But it's still, if it's not going to resolve it for future, we're still going to be, our business going to be in danger. So the very difficult thing around this is we have a lot of businesses around close half mile away from me that they're doing the same exactly thing that we're doing in Clarkston, they do in DeKalb County. And I heard one councilwoman talked about, which is the right thing, but it's still as a business in Clarkston, and we have very close businesses around us that doing the same thing. It will put us in very disadvantaged situation and it put us in financially in very crippled way. to run even our businesses. So thank you for you bringing it up, and hopefully it'll help us for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wakayo. Any other speaker?
Binyan Hamidu.
Mr. Hamido, go ahead. Binyam, are you there? All right. Do you see Mr. Gomez? Go ahead, sir. You can hear you. Hello. All right. If you don't see them, I guess we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to go to the next speaker.
The last speaker we had signed up for this item is Ladarius Jackson.
Mr. or Miss Jackson. All right. Well, I'm not sure really what's going on. But if there is nobody else to speak on this agenda item, we're going to go ahead and proceed with the next agenda items, which is E3, discuss late night restaurant operations related to the City Council adoption of Ordinance 19/433, late night alcohol sales for consumption on premises. And I would like to refer our city manager on this.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and City Council. Just wanted to give an update on this allowing the late night restaurants to operate. Just to give an update of what the changes that have occurred. If you may recall last year, when the council adopted an ordinance allowing for late night alcohol sales, it extended the hours that restaurants that were properly licensed could continue to sell beer, wine, and liquor. And that increased from 1:50 on Sundays to Thursdays from 1:55 to 4 a.m. The consumption on premises, which is allowed for 30 minutes after the closing time, the sales, extended from 2:25 to 4:30, and then the closing time was extended from 2:55 to 5 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. Again, they were a little bit, restaurants were allowed to stay open a little bit later till 2:50 in the morning, and then the consumption until 3:20, and then the closing time at 3:50. So all the hours are the same, 7 days a week. Restaurants are allowed to sell until 4 a.m. The consumption on premises until 4:30, and the closing time is 5 a.m. Means all customers must be out at 5 a.m. The ordinance also required, similar to the clean indoor air, no person permitted under 21 to be in the establishment during the late night sales hour. And the restaurants have to have a post-certified extra duty off-duty officer on the premises. Those were the changes that were made. There was a discussion the council had regarding, allowing the extended hours for a variety of reasons to allow folks that work late into the night, or those that work second shift or third shift, for dining opportunities to visit restaurants. Several of the businesses spoke in support of those, stating that it would obviously help their business. The reason that I wanted to bring this to your attention is because we have had some issues with at least 2 businesses who have stayed open, 2 restaurants, into these late hours. And as I wrote in the agenda summary, some of these issues just have dealt with additional excessive noise, additional trash, issues with traffic and parking, possibly the businesses not in compliance with another city ordinance that was adopted last year, in which these restaurants must serve 2 meals a day, and the ordinance defined those 2 meals, specifically breakfast lunch and or dinner. Those hours were defined. Also, it has come to our attention, some of these are allowing smoking indoors, which again is not prohibited, other than the one restaurant that does allow the hookah. And again, overall, that they are operating as a bar, lounge, nightclub, holding activities that you would typically not see at a restaurant. Not that they are illegal activities per se, but they're really more designed to draw crowds that for activities that you would typically see at a sports lounge, a bar, just not something that you would typically see at a restaurant. They are somewhat unique and innovative and creative, and it's all marketing and advertising, and that is good. Again, just as a little bit more than a restaurant would typically have, not again that there's anything violating ordinances at that. So we've received some of that. We have worked with the owners of two businesses in particular where most of this has come from. They have been receptive. They have worked with us, but still some of the issues continue. Particularly noise, trash, and just some other activities that we did not have before these businesses were allowed to stay open until 5 a.m. And there have been calls to police regarding certain activities. We've just had some additional, not overly significant, but I will, even this morning, there was some excessive trash at one of the businesses. Over the weekend, there was apparently one of our officers cited two individuals at that had been at one of the businesses for indecent exposure. So I get just one and could be just isolated, but there has just been activity that has gone on a little bit too long, and just wanted to bring that to the council's attention. And we are doing what we can to review these, make sure that they comply. But I did post one of the notices this morning again for the excessive noise at the business that's on the corner of Mel and East Ponce. The two businesses are the Ponce Sports Lounge and the Dog House that's located on the east side of our city limit before you hit Sage Point at the Fresh Food Town Plaza. But just wanted to advise the council of that. We're trying to work on solutions for it, but it's just not getting to where we would like the businesses to be. So again, why we're bringing this to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And I certainly agree that we need to continue monitor and enforce all our existing ordinances, including our noise ordinance, including also the bona fide restaurant rules, including ability to sell 2 meals minimum per day, and no smoking. I mean, this is really a no-brainer, but I think we certainly need to continue monitor, and if there is any modification needed, it has to be done absolutely. And I will continue to see if there are any things we could improve on this ordinance. I do remember when we passed the ordinance, it was done to accommodate some members of our public who work late at night, most of which are cab drivers. And we even had a nurse, I remember, who came to speak on behalf of the businesses that time, who also lives in our city at that time, I believe. And we put in things that are really strict in terms of making sure that there is a police officer stationed, an off-duty police officer, starting from 11 p.m. I'm sorry, and until closing time. And I am hoping that they are also complying with that. if there are any questions from the council first.
I have a question, Awad. What was the purpose of the officer? Is it just
To make
for, okay.
to make sure that there's no disturbance or there is no violation of any laws. So it's just to make sure, and that we intentionally say DeKalb County or Clarkston Police so that they have the force of arresting somebody. I mean, I see police officer stationed a lot of times starting from 11 a.m. p.m. Even yesterday, I was there at Pons Cafe and Pons Lounge, and the police officer was there at 11 p.m. And so I certainly understand that there are certain things that should definitely be enforced, and it's like noise. I mean, we already have existing ordinance, and I have been trying to actually. We have had a meeting with the city manager and also our police chief and a resident who have been impacted by the noise, and unfortunately, something happened on Sunday, which I wish it never happened. But it's been relatively getting better. Even the resident has said that in the email. But I heard that the noise was not coming from the restaurant, but sometimes it's coming from cars that are parking next to the establishment and playing loud noise. And I think we need to enforce our noise ordinance regardless where it's coming from, whether it's coming from a bar or restaurant or a gas station or from a car. It doesn't matter. In the middle of the night, I think nobody should be playing loud music, period.
And my last question is these hours, the 2 mil hours, how is that governed? Who's mandating that? How do we know that these establishments are actually serving 2 meals a day? I've visited both, and I can't get a order of fries from either before 6, 7 o'clock. So I just need to know how are we assuring the community that they are serving the 2 meals a day and being in compliance with our ordinance? Are we leaving that up to the police?
Councilwoman Johnson, this is Robin, and we've reviewed what they're advertising, which is different than what is actually happening. As you stated, you drive by both businesses; they may or may not be open during the day. Again, clearly they're sort of complying by just having somebody there. If somebody went in there and tried to order, they likely would serve them whatever they may have. But we will go back out and check exactly that, because they're really not complying. They're not complying with the spirit, I guess, for lack of a better term, with the spirit of it. They're clearly focusing on the evening, late night hours. That's who their clientele is. There's nobody in the parking lots, or very, very few cars, in both parking lots. So that we will enforce that, and if they're not doing that, then they will not be allowed to continue, because they're not providing those meals during the day. They may say that they're open, they're available for it, and you drive by, you will see, typically one car there, and so there is a person there. But if 10 people showed up to have lunch, that's a different. They may not be able to provide that service. I also wanted just to add quickly to the having the police out there at night. I think just to keep in mind another component of it for policing, the police officers are not to be, and they are not inside the establishment. They are on the outside, and they are there really just to, should anything happen, and we know that one of the establishments is the doghouse is primarily utilizing DeKalb County Police, which is perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. They have both been complying with having the officers out there. We had a few snafus when the ordinance first started, but they've pretty much complied with that requirement. But I've heard from residents, well, why can't the officer do a lot more, walk through the facility? I know that we're not going to, and I'm sure the county's the same. Really, they're not their private security. They're there, again, just to something that should be happening.
Okay, Mr. Gomez, one last question. What time was the police activity this weekend? What time of night was it?
4 in the morning,
Oh,
per the police report.
okay.
4:02 a.m. is when when the citations were written, which I'm going to was shortly after. So yeah, at approximately 4 a.m., the officer wrote they were walking patrol when they encountered a vehicle blasting music. When he approached, he observed the indecency, for lack of a better term.
Any other questions from the council on this agenda item? All right, if there is none, has anybody registered to speak on this
Yes.
agenda item? Go ahead, sir.
We have Mr. Medford, Brian Medford. Are you unmuted? No, let me unmute Brian. Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Good evening, everybody. For clarity, I actually spoke in favor of extending the ordinance to 4 a.m. back when it was done, because I was impressed and I was under the impression that the policing and the rules and the enforcement around it would actually happen and would actually have a impact on the extra hour that these businesses were allowed. This sounds like this interesting experiment has failed. The enforcement hasn't been there. It seems like somebody took an inch and ran a mile with it. I don't know if we just need to repeal 433 and take a stab at it again in a couple years, or if we need to put some actual real teeth around the enforcement up to and including possibly losing this extra hour of business. But something's not translating here. I spoke last year because I hadn't heard any issues coming out of some of the local establishments, but adding this extra hour seems to have caused issues. As somebody said a little while ago, the city needs to start thinking about citizens more in favor of favoring certain very small number of businesses in the city. And I'm greatly disturbed at how much citizens are getting outweighed, it seems more and more, in the interest of businesses in the city. I support the businesses, need the businesses, but the citizens live here too. So I think the council needs to think long and hard about how we're going to balance this out and find a solution for everybody. But this experiment, I think, just needs to end. Thank you.
We also have, I'm sorry, we have Dominic King. I'm going to infer you're under doghouse, Mr. King, so I'm unmuting you. So please go ahead, Mr. King.
All right, one thing we would like to speak on is the simple fact that y'all not taking into consideration that we've been dealing with COVID as far as like while the businesses have not been operating as far as like in the daytime hours. Everybody dealing with COVID, everything is changing, everything has changed. All right, going back to the hour thing, y'all taking 2 incidents for somebody having a decent exposure in their vehicle and playing music, and y'all taking an inch, like he said, and running a mile with it. Nothing serious has happened in Clarkston since we got this hour. This hour has actually helped the business. You feel what I'm saying? Help us operate and help us stay here. And at the end of the day, any business or city, you need money to operate. If y'all keep attacking these small businesses and closing them, Clarkston wouldn't have nothing coming through here, and the problem started way before. Listen, you don't even know what you're talking about, Michael. So you need to sit down.
Speak.
Go ahead. No, you can speak now because I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else.
Sir, can you just make your public comment? Don't address anybody, please.
Yeah. So basically, the hour that we got is definitely helped us because at this point, if we lose that hour, we're pretty much down Schitt's Creek. Really,
that's what they want.
Just on the simple fact that now that we have gained that hour over this last year, as we addressed the city council before we got the hour, we actually were on the verge of closing. And now that we have this extra hour, when people leave, a lot of different establishments, they come here to grab food, drinks, And that's really where we make 90% of our profit. We're here during the day. And half the time we do to-go orders, we do Uber Eats, do Grubhub, and we're operating all day. Like I said, Uber Eats, Grubhub, and I think there's another one that we DoorDash. So we're operating during the day, and we're trying to stay basically above board with everything. But it's
and survive COVID.
And survive, again, they said survive COVID because it's been a rough year for everybody, especially the restaurant industry. If anybody don't, we took, I want to say the restaurant industry pretty much took the hardest hit this year. We were forced to be closed for, what was it, 3 months?
3 months.
Like no business whatsoever. So now that we're back open, we're just trying to get back above water because we were drowning. So that's all it is. And we're staying as much in the cold as we possibly can. Like we're doing everything by the book. So we have our officers. We don't have any incidents since last year. I think we've had 3 calls dealing with the police here to our establishment. And for a whole year, that's 3 calls is pretty good.
And Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, this is Robin again, and I will, to add to Mr. King, they did improve significantly. They've been, complying with, having the police, really even keeping the place cleaner. There was one instance where they did advertise for one special event or program, and they did kind of leave the posters up the next day. Not a huge issue, but they have been complying. We haven't seen even issues with noise or trash.
So basically all I'm saying is like we really just need this hour, and I've seen it on the docket today, so maybe want to chime in today, because if we lose the hour, we're basically going to lose our business here.
Thank you, sir. Any other speaker on this agenda item?
Mr. Vice Mayor, those were the only ones that signed up to speak on this specific item. I will, one other thing to add quickly, the issues at the 2 locations have been just a little bit differently. At the Pond Sports Lounge, it's been more of noise than anything else, in addition to trash, just in addition to some traffic and parking issues. Whereas the other establishment, the Doghouse, we really haven't had any issues of recent, other than the fact that they were, again, advertising some intriguing, innovative events, activities that, as I said earlier, you typically would not see at a restaurant. But again, nothing illegal, nothing that would cause concern. About the only issue we would have there has been the number of customers. They meeting with their capacity requirements, but also we've received some word of people smoking inside, and it just not really distancing, but nothing really, more severe than that, and not nearly the same issues. They are a little farther away from residential areas over at that plaza on East Ponce than over at East Ponce and Mel.
Thank you. Did Mr. Tesfamarian register for this, sir? He's asking to speak.
That would be up to you. I don't see that he did, but being the owner of one of the businesses that we're discussing, Mr. Vice Mayor, I will defer to you. And I can unmute him if you would like.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wagayo. Just 2 minutes, please.
All right. Thank you again for giving me a chance to speak on behalf of this agenda. I'm sorry, Mr. Gomez, I didn't mention this agenda, but clearly it's a focus on us. And we made almost 3 times, and I explained everything that we do. We hired 3 people to clean the property. And I looked around in Clarkston. I can take a video and picture and send it to you personally that you can say we have a trash. I cannot follow everybody clean it. When I cleaned it in the morning, somebody can come park later on and throw a trash. Literally, I do everything what I can do. I told you I hired 3 people. You can't meet them. They can call you. I paid those 3 people. And for the noise complaints, we set up the noise 3 weeks ago. Mr. Gomez and Mr. Vice President Howard and then Chief Kim, we put noise. After that, we don't have nothing. But this Sunday, that noise complaint happening at the gas station on Exxon gas station. But the call come, I don't know why something all the time happen at the gas station. It all come to refer to us all the time. And I want to really personally talk to Mr. Michael. I never met him, but I just want to talk to him personally. And I want to assure him that I will do anything that he don't have to get bothered by us, particularly by us. And I hired a person to stand behind there and to stop traffic that come through to our business, stop them traffic to not to go that way. And we submitted today for valet parking, a permit for valet parking, so we can deal all the cars that come through for us at the front to do a valet. So we're doing all this take measurement, and plus we put acoustics at the back walls of the building, so make sure there is no sound coming out. And we put another enforcement at the back door, nobody coming out but the employees. We did all this a measurement to just make sure our neighborhood to be comfortable and they're not going to get buzzed. And about the time that we opening, I think some of the council members in here is new. I've been in Clarkston for 17 years. And what I'm saying is when we open business in 2017, June 27, we start opening the business at 7 a.m. And we open 7 a.m. Our sale until we close at 3 a.m. is not even $150. So the price of we paying employees and everything is doubled, and we losing $10,000 every week to just open the business. This is Clarkston. It's not Buckhead, or it's not Midtown, it's not anything. To get a customer, daytime.com, afford you meal and to eat is very hard. And if you think we're gonna do this luxury job, it's not. We're trying everything we could do. And nobody don't want to stay until that late. Nobody. I want to go home early, do my business early, go like everybody early, and then live a comfortable life. And to see this is against something that we doing purposely to hurt people, that's wrong to see it. And everybody that's serving the city, hopefully they consider everybody as a citizen of Clarkston, as a resident of Clarkston, and even the businesses as a resident of Clarkston, they need to survive to the same thing that resident of Clarkston go out work and go home and pay their bills. So I heard some comments. We're going over at 10 o'clock, but they're serving, and if we do everything we can do to comply people. But if people more coming, and they do require more, we'll give more attention, so we can go with the revenue. Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you, sir. There are no other comments, I believe. I think we're going to go to the next agenda item, which is E4, waive the provisions limiting the temporary rental payment assistance of 50% of 1 month's rent for up to 3 months, and increase the maximum payment assistance allowed to $3,000 per applicant for both rent and mortgage assistance. And this has been introduced by Councilmember Carroll and me. Councilmember Carroll, go ahead and present this agenda item.
Sure. So as some of you may know, Clarkston got money from the federal government stimulus, the CARES Act, and we received money. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
Why don't you say that?
I'm sorry, can you mute your phone?
Not muted.
Okay. So Clarkston received approximately $1.4 million in CARES assistance, and Clarkston has allocated so far $450,000 of that to use for a combination of rental and mortgage assistance for people that have difficulty either paying the rent or paying the mortgage due to COVID-related economic hardship. And as of so far, we've spent $273,373.50 on rental payments and $1,159.04 on mortgage assistance payments. And there still is a crisis. I know that there are a lot of people, both in mortgage and also in rental, that still need assistance. And particularly in rental, there are people that have reached the 3-month cap and still have not been able to find a job or get work. So they're coming up to where they may be evicted in January when the CDC stay on eviction expires. So this proposal would increase the cap from right now, it's 50% of 3 months rent to just a $3,000 cap period for both mortgage and rental. So instead of being 50% of 3 mortgage payments or 50% of 3 months rent, you would get up to $3,000 in assistance. So that way, if you've missed 5 or 6 mortgage payments or 5 or 6 rental payments due to COVID hardship, you would be able to get a lump sum, which you may be able to negotiate with either your mortgage holder or your landlord in order to be able to stay in your residence without being evicted or foreclosed upon. And the other consideration here, besides obviously assisting people who may be behind in their mortgage or maybe behind in their rent, is that we have to spend the $1.4 million that we have in CARES Act by December 20th, or else that money will have to be given back to DeKalb County whenever we don't spend. And so as of right now, we spent about $274,000 on mortgage and rental assistance. There's only 7 weeks left before we have to give everything back, and there's $180,000 that's been unspent. So rather than keeping the stringent requirements, which I understand were in place originally for a reason, I think we should somewhat loosen the requirements to make sure that we're able to assist everyone in need and also be able to use up the CARES money before we have to return it. Because I would hate to return the CARES money while there are still people in need for either mortgage or rental assistance in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll, Councilmember Carroll. And I certainly agree that there is overwhelming need for rental assistance, and considering the nature of our city, and that's why the City Council intentionally put overall majority of the funding has been placed on rental assistance so far. And we have been able to help hundreds of families, and we've been able to save them from eviction so far. And I also agree with Councilmember Carroll. We definitely need to consider, like I heard that there are some people who might have lost a job, but they can't prove their loss of income. And I think I believe the city manager, if he did not think but if he did not consider that he have the discretion, I just want to assure him that he have the discretion to consider the situation around individual application cases. And particularly at this point, I really want to encourage the city manager to see if somebody, let's say he might have a special case, like he'd have nobody to take care of his children, or he got nobody to, he has to get off work because of risk from COVID, or if he can bring a doctor's note or something. We did not really put it on the requirement, but I strongly feel at this point I would love to assure our city manager, Robin Gomez, and he's been doing a great job with this. I'm really happy that he's been doing it, and he's been doing a great job with the rental assistance program. And I really want to encourage him to have a discretion and continue having the discretion of helping some individuals who might not be like a regular applicants, like who might not be able to prove their loss of income or loss of a job, or that kind of nature.
Right, Mr. Vice Mayor, they and council, they just simply, they would need to provide something showing that they've been impacted economically by the virus. And so you gave some examples, and that's all that, I mean, that they would need to provide. And that I haven't had very many people who have not had anything. I think it's been, I've had quite a few people who were not working at all, who made a request and they could not prove that they had been impacted. They just said that they felt that they had been. So there has to be something, even if they, as you stated, get a note from a doctor or something else. I mean, that would be, or not even a doctor, but just something to show evidence, because I'm going to infer that in the future we're going to be audited as to how we, documentation that we provided. So we have to have that type of balance. But yes, we will continue to use the discretion and do that. And this, extending this will certainly help
estimate
many families who have met the maximum. So, but again, when this was adopted back in June, just to clarify, we did not know that we would have the CARES Act money available. And thankfully the council, made a good decision and started with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And once we have it, so as Councilman Carroll stated, we do have the funding, obviously, to utilize this all the way up through December 20th. And it's still coming in steady. I mean, this week we will surpass 300,000 just in the rental alone. There haven't been very many for the mortgage, but certainly an increase in the utility. Just for my clarification, we would your council, your request would be just to allow for rent up to $3,000
and mortgage.
Rent and mortgage. Okay.
Yeah, I doubt any mortgage would get up to that amount, but if somebody did, then they would be eligible as well.
That works.
Any questions from the council?
Yeah, for the sake of compliance with whoever the powers that be that would audit us, would it be acceptable if we do have somebody, perhaps they weren't working at the time when this thing hit, so they didn't specifically lose a job, but say they're elderly and they have diabetes and COPD, and it's definitely not advisable to be out
there,
looking for a job. Would a note from a doctor saying it is not advisable for this person to be out in public trying to find a job, do we think that would be sufficient documentation that this person's impacted, even though they haven't lost income, they haven't been able to look for it without risking their life?
I believe so, but I wouldn't be able to tell you definitively yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tough one, because you do have to show that if it weren't for this assistance, you may end up homeless. So clearly losing your job, having your work hours reduced, even you can't, even if you can't work because now you have to take care of your kids because your kids are kindergarten, 2 kindergartners and a 1st grader. I think that, for lack of a better term, is defensible, that that's what they cannot work. And therefore, if they're not working, they may lose their residence, then that works. But somebody who was not providing, not having an income and providing for their housing, that may not work.
So you're saying that we would be forced to force them to go out and find a job and very possibly catch COVID and risk of death?
No, but again, if they were, I mean, if they had to, if they could show that they now have to go get a job or they will lose their housing,
right,
then that would work. You just have to have that documentation, that evidence.
We believe, like what you said, Mr. Gomez, that we need to continue and I certainly have confidence in your ability to judge the need. And I'm going to be honest, we might not be able to help 100%, but I think we definitely need to continue and helping people if we can 99%. I think that would be great. And but the goal is at this point to make sure that if we help somebody for 2 months or 3 months, there is no point on letting him lapse. And this increment is absolutely going to be helpful to so many other families. And as we will see on the next agenda item, I don't know if we can combine this, but what I am proposing is very similar, but instead of also add 100% instead of paying only 50%, because somebody who lost a job, he could use that 50% to buy food instead. Or so I think it's true. At that time, we were thinking about helping maximizing the help, and it was based on a model of a nonprofit organization. But right now, at this point, I think we need to go ahead and increase that to 100% of their balance. Let's say up to 3,000. No. I'm talking about on the other agenda item is going to come, but I don't know if we could combine it. But yes, including utilities. Mm-hmm. But we will talk about it later. So, okay. Are there any questions from the council on this agenda item?
No questions asked. Okay.
Councilmember Hassan, you got a question?
No, but yeah, I'm 100% for it because. You know, my worst nightmare is just returning back this money after 7 weeks. So, you know, the people need is, you know, to have something there. It's a difficult situation. So whatever that is possible that we can do, you know, I really appreciate that the council is considering that. Thank you.
And thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mayor and council, and maybe this is a question for Stephen, but Mayor and Stephen, do we need to do any formal change on this, or the council approved spending the 1.4 million? This is a category that's included. I don't believe we need anything, resolution or anything formal, correct?
That's correct. I agree. Because we had the auxiliary, or I can't recall what we called it. Contingency. There you go. The contingency line referred to the categories we did approve, which included all the ones we've talked about tonight. So I think that the council has already authorized the city manager to carry this out. And now he has, you know, there could either be a vote or just informal direction about how to proceed.
I took it as a direction, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members.
I think that will do it, honestly, because all we want to make sure is just to clarify if there is any needed, and just to show you that we are fully behind you at your discretion, and how you approve these applications. And I am very happy so far how it's been going, and please continue on helping our residents.
Will do.
All right. Is there anybody who registered to speak on this agenda item?
We have Ellie. I actually have Ellie Morse, but I think your email is a little, or your Ellie Thaxton, I believe.
Ellie, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Oh, you guys already said it basically, but can you hear me? Yeah, you basically already said it, but yeah, I've been working heavily with this program, and I've just been having people say, well, you know, I can't provide, not everybody, but there's certain people. I had one guy who has medical conditions, and his doctor told him to stay home from work, and his employer said, well, that's not COVID related. So the employer wouldn't provide the correct paperwork that would technically, I thought was needed. So I didn't know if Mr. Gomez was going to approve him or not. So just being concerned about those types of situations and other situations that I know of single mothers who actually did not get furloughed by their company, but they had to stay home because of the daycare and school closures. And so I just felt like those were legitimate COVID-related concerns, that if they could prove that they were working before and then they had to stay home either because of medical concerns or because of the schools being closed, then that should also be a reason to get rent assistance.
Yep.
So I agree, yeah, if they were working before and they lost some kind of income because of either of those situations. And I would, yeah, that's it. So thank you.
Thank you again. Any other comments?
Yeah, we have David Carter. I think is that, I'm not sure if Deviana Carter.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Hey, you pretty much said everything that you need to say. I appreciate that, Robin, for working with me. You know, I work with you and Ellie with residents which run. So you answered all my questions, and I appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me on the call. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Mr. Weiser, and Mr. Carter is with Birch Run Apartments, I believe, and he's been extremely, extremely helpful with this whole process as well.
And thank you, sir. I just want to, not related to the agenda item, but I really want to ask the property management to help us with spreading the word that we have other helps also, particularly utility assistance program, and we have not been able to get a lot of interest on it. I know it's not a lot, but it definitely adds up, and we are working on increasing it, the amount, plus we are working also on increasing. So we want to get people to take advantage of it. So please help us on this.
Yeah, and they have been, Mr. Vice Mayor, and they'll certainly continue to do that. I did get a lot more requests yesterday and today alone, so the word is definitely getting out. The only other comment is from the manager at Wild Creek Apartments. She could not call in on the meeting, but she stated her tenants that are delinquent would benefit greatly with the increase. So some of our, that's all she said. She supported, and that they would, with our current tenants that are delinquent would benefit greatly with the new cap of $3,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And I think that's all we have on this agenda item. We're going to go ahead and move to the next agenda item, which is E5. And this is very similar. As I said, this is to increase the provision limiting the temporary rental mortgage and utility payment assistance of 50% of 1 month's payment to 100% of 1 month's payment. So this is being brought by me and Councilmember Carroll. And the idea is pretty similar to the previous agenda item, but it's different because this deals with the percentage. Right now, we're helping residents to defray the cost basically by getting them to pay half of it. But I think with the increment of the 3,000, I also believe that we also need to pay 100% of the monthly payment. Let's say up to the $3,000 limit, probably, and then they could pay the difference, I assume. But that would also help a lot of families who don't have, who cannot afford to pay 50% of it. So, and the other idea is, particularly with the utility assistance program that we have, since we are very late at Councilmember Hassan, can you mute your phone? So since we are very late at this point, I am really proposing if we could retroactively pay the utilities, even if somebody paid it, we could refund them and write them a check for the amount that they paid for it, because maybe they could use that money for food or something else. So that way we can also utilize the funding. And that way, we could. I'm also proposing a cap of $1,000 per household, and that would cover 100% of their utilities. Is there anything you want to add, Councilmember Kell, to this?
The only thing I would say is that, we're not the only city doing this. Brookhaven, I think, paid all of the Georgia Power bills that were in default for a certain period of time. I do appreciate Councilmember Yasu bringing this up, and hopefully this can also assist people that are falling behind in the utilities, as well as maybe behind in their mortgage or rent due to COVID.
And we did I did receive several today where they did ask if they could, and I told them just to hold off, but likely we will. The interesting issue with utilities is getting actual utility bills. I will say that if we were to be audited, we will need to have the actual utility bill. It cannot be an email. It cannot be something else. I'll spread that to all the complexes, and maybe we'll issue a release that you do need to provide us the actual bill, with the exception of water, as some of the apartment complexes have a master meter for water and sewer. So in some complexes, it's a flat fee that residents pay, or they pay based on the number of tenants in the unit. In others, there's a formula that's used. And in that sense, they don't actually receive a utility bill, but I've requested something showing that they were billed for water. With the statement, and then including the page in their lease that stipulates that water is included, and for however it's determined. So we'll continue with that, and not having a limit or the 50% will certainly help quite a few folks.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Quinn, do we need any special resolution for this as well? Because I think we are changing something here. We are actually considering paying the utility bills retroactively. And if somebody had already paid it, we are considering refunding that money and giving him the check amount. Will that kind of require a separate resolution?
Stephen, we included in our list utility payment assistance.
There you go. That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, it's included as a line item.
Trying to remember.
Yeah, it is included. And Mr. Vice Mayor, let me find out the extent. I don't believe I think Stephen was waiting for me to say that, but let me find out the extent of it. I believe even if I believe we can do that, write a check to the individual. Again, we'll need a utility bill, but let me find out what that might be. But I don't believe we would need any formal action unless Stephen thinks otherwise. But even if we are to pay a back bill, I was thinking that we could actually pay it. It doesn't make much sense if somebody has a zero balance that we then pay an April or a May bill and pay it directly to the utility, then they would have a credit of X number of dollars going forward. So they may not have to pay their utility bill going forward. We could do that as well, but that's what I don't know, a little bit of the unknown. But I think we are fine unless Stephen thinks otherwise.
Okay. I definitely think we're fine in terms of the expense having already been approved. To me, it doesn't make a significant difference if it relates back or is for the future, since we've put $1,000 cap on it anyway. It's just sort of about the same to me. What would be key is what Mr. Gomez already talked about, to have the authentic documentation of what the expense was.
Yes.
Okay. And I hope I'm being clear, Mr. Gomez. So when I say retroactively, not from the time of COVID, but from the time of loss of income.
Yes, yeah, and understood, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the council on this agenda item? All right. I see none. And is there anybody who registered to speak on this agenda item, Mr. Gomez?
No, not on item E5.
All right. And we're going to go ahead and to the next agenda item, which is E6, discuss providing CARES Act coronavirus relief funding for continued COVID-19 testing. And this, we have already received a request for funding assistance from 3 organizations around this subject, and those are Aetna Health, IRC, and CORE. I'm not sure what CORE stands for. I think Coalition of Refugees.
It's the same organization, Mr. Vice Mayor. It's the International Rescue Committee, and Community Oriented Relief Effort is CORE. They're working with IRC, but CORE is the one. They're the ones that are doing the actual testing and some of the support services, but IRC provides the support services. So they're just working together in partnership.
And I did go through their proposal, and I met, I think, with almost everybody in the council. I either talk on the phone or I met with the council members, and it seems like I think we definitely need the testing. I really feel like it's the proposal from Aetna Health is absolutely doable and acceptable. However, I have a bit concern from the IRC / CORE funding requests, particularly pertaining to contact tracing and support services. I think at this point, I sincerely believe that we need to push testing. However, contact tracing being done at the city level, I don't know if it will be effective. So I am just proposing we cap the $100,000 between the 3 organizations in the amount of $19,000 for Aetna Health, and for IRC CORE, $40,000 for testing and $40,000 for support services. That includes groceries that I saw on their budget that they were asking for about $33,000 for groceries assistance, and I think we could add another $7,000 for managing the program, and that way they could have $40,000 for support assistance and $40,000 for testing. But the contact tracing, although I don't know its medical application, I'm not sure about it, but I just feel like I think I really don't know how the city can pay for contact tracing when it comes to, especially when somebody is going to be exposed to, I mean, a resident might be exposed to somebody who doesn't live in the city limit, and, or let's say somebody who doesn't live here might get the test. I mean, I don't think we're going to tell them you got to be testing only residents only, or I'm not sure how that will work. But I think with all the city limits stuff, I am not sure about the contact tracing. But I believe that I am willing to work with the numbers up to $100,000 between the 2 organizations. So basically, Aetna will be getting the $19,000 they asked, and we would work on with CORE. We would provide them $40,000 for testing, which is a double of what we give in Aetna, and plus we would give them $40,000 for supportive services. That would total it to roughly $100,000. That's just what I'm thinking. That's a number that we came out with Ahmed, with Councilmember Hassan, and from our meeting today. But if there are the representatives from these organizations, first I would like to see if the council have any question.
Yeah, this is Hassan.
Thank you, Councilmember Hassan.
Okay. Yeah, if you go back to Aetna, it says part-time nurse only.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What a part-time nurse can do by herself?
In their request, they stated that they've been utilizing some volunteers, that having the nurse part would essentially replace the work that was really being done by a combination of their existing staff and volunteers. So they listed that it would be 25 hours a week. They listed the rate of pay, $27 an hour for a 6-month contract. That's how they came up with their 19,000. But it's really, again, just to supporting their testing efforts at their facility.
So it's a testing. So basically,
yeah, it's essentially to assist with the testing.
Yeah. On the second one is just IRC. Yeah, kind of overboard. I look at the budget. They wrote it up. So to me, it's like going overboard. So I'm really with our word. That $100,000, $40,000 is enough. 40, and even if you make it 20 for Aetna, that's fine. It's $100,000. More than that is $159,000. Is a little bit over the top. Because
and by the way, I'm just
yeah. I mean, one more thing. Yeah, as you said, the testing, yeah, is still there, but the contact tracing, the federal government couldn't do it. The state government couldn't do it. So it's just the word. It doesn't mean anything today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm just curious, do we have representatives from either Aetna or IRC on the line? Did they register to speak, Mr. Gomez?
No, I did not hear back from them.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, I hope that somebody will come at the city council meeting next week and give us at least how they're gonna administer it. But at this point, it's basically a grant that that the city manager will have to make sure that we're gonna have reporting requirements that the city manager will impose, and so this is just pretty much. So from this point, if the city council gets into a consensus and we decide to do this, I think that will be up to the city manager to make sure that they're going to do the reporting required. Or is there anything that we have to act? How we're gonna do this, Mr. Quinn? Do we need a resolution or MOU with these organizations?
I guess it just, from what I heard, it's like they're just kind of an intermediary for community beneficiaries. Mm-hmm. And so if we're doing this under CARES and they're just providing the service and then we're reimbursing them, I don't think we necessarily need a contract. We just need that documentation. So they're undertaking it and then we pay them back. They've already performed. So a contract's not really necessary.
That will be rendered in the future, though. So do they have to bring us documentation first, or we give them a check and ask them for reporting?
No, it would be a reimbursement, just as Mr. Quinn said. They would invoice us. We would, I think what we would do is I'm going to ask for an agreement, and I have received a draft of an agreement, but it included everything. But I'm going to ask for that'll indicate what we will, the work that will be done, and then the amount that we will reimburse. They will then provide an invoice of the work that was done, and we would then pay that invoice.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Is there any council member who got a question on this?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I just looked up very quickly CORE and its cultural orientation resource something. They work again specifically with refugees. Cultural Orientation Research Exchange connects and supports refugee settlement staff globally for deliver effective cultural orientation. And since the IRC is also International Rescue Committee dedicated specifically to working with refugees, asylees, and new Americans, if we grant them this money, do we have any assurance like their core people that they focus on are not just everybody, like that they would also be providing the same services to American-born residents in Clarkston?
The testing is open to everyone.
Just everyone? Okay.
Yeah, they've already held multiple testing. They've probably held 6 here in Clarkston. They've been at Park 1000 twice, at English Oaks.
That was them, okay.
Yes, so it's open to everyone and it's free to the public.
And by the way, I have a question because, so do they hire a medical professional since they're not into medicine? How do they do this?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why the budget is quite high. But on the screen is who they use. You just need really a nurse to be able to do the swab, and even that I don't believe that you need to. But they do send the kits, the swabs, to the lab to be tested. That doesn't need a medical doctor to review it, from what I've been told and what I've observed. But that I can certainly ask that question. But their budget simply listed who their staff are by kind of a job classification name.
Okay, the reason is because I know Aetna is a medical provider, but and I'm pretty sure IRC or /CORE, they are hiring somebody, but I don't know if that's legally doable to let them do testing even though they're not a medical provider.
I can ask that question, but I know they've been holding the testing for several months throughout the area. And by the way, the CORE, I don't know if you looked up I'm looking at the CORE, their ads and their list, Community Organized Relief Effort is CORE.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
That's what all their flyers have listed.
Okay.
And that's how they've presented themselves, and that's what they've been listing all over our area when they started the testing several months ago. They've been at the lakes at Indian Creek. They were at Christopher Woods. Last week they were at 1500 Oak Apartments. I believe they were asking to utilize the Clarkston First Baptist Church. They've held these outside.
Right.
They are all self-sustaining. A few times we helped with some of the infrastructure, with the traffic control devices, et cetera, but they're pretty much all self-sustaining. And so that's the work that they've been doing and they've been providing. But I can find out more details and certainly have them speak at the council meeting next week.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And I certainly am very thankful for all the services they're doing in Clarkston. Are there anybody who registered to speak on this agenda item?
No.
Oh, we're going to go ahead to the next agenda item, which is E7, discuss providing CARES Act Corona relief funding for childcare centers in Clarkston. And this has been introduced by me and Councilmember Carroll. This is really self-explanatory. The idea is we are all aware that childcare providers have been one of the directly impacted businesses by COVID, and they are also highly needed business. So it's really double-edged in a way that even though they are highly impacted, since there is a lot of contact between children and a lot of parents decided to pull their kids out. So it's been rough for a lot of childcare providers, and here in Clarkston we have quite a few of them, and especially these two organizations that we are considering on working with, and this is being done in coordination by my good friend Ms. Malavenda, who is the executive director of CDF Action, and the idea is to have a way of making sure that these businesses survive the pandemic, help them with PPEs and all the equipment and all the things they need to continue providing services. But last but not least, it got a scholarship component where they will be able to allow some of our Clarkston residents who don't have childcare service right now, but who will be able to get this service through a scholarship. Is there anything you want to add, Councilmember Carroll, before I recognize Ms. Malavenda?
No, I think you covered it.
Thank you. Roberta, if you could go ahead and quickly give us a bird's eye view for the rest of the council. If you can, all right, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. We're really concerned about childcare early learning in Clarkston, and over in Georgia, about 1,000 childcare centers have closed because of the expenses of operating childcare centers under COVID. The expense of equipment, masks, social distancing means that they cannot take as many children, and we've seen closing around the state. These two centers provide 239 childcare slots, and we really don't want to lose them in Clarkston, and we know that these two centers are really, really struggling. So the request is really for supplies and equipment, particularly cleaning and masks and gloves and other items that they need to maintain the COVID-19 right from the start guidelines, and to support their teachers and to provide COVID-19 information to families and to really stay in business. Right now they have openings, and they need to be getting the word out to families that they do have openings, but they also need help with the COVID-19 supplies and equipment to stay in business. The second item is scholarships and support for families. One of the things that many of you may know, that families are really struggling to find and pay for childcare so that they can work. Many have not gone back to jobs. They've lost their childcare subsidies. They've stayed at home. Now they're being called back, and many of them need to work in order to meet the needs of their families and also our essential workers. So there's a component where we will provide scholarships and supports for families so that they can afford childcare. One of the things that families face is not knowing how to navigate the childcare system, which is as difficult as some of the other systems, including healthcare. And so we're proposing to provide language assistance and navigation for families as they identify and look for childcare. in the Clarkston area, but primarily with our centers that actually exist in Clarkston. And I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Roberto, this is Robin, and Mr. Vice Mayor and Council. I do have a few questions, really a couple of concerns for Mr. Quinn in particular, relating to our funding. I don't see any issue with supplies, equipment that would fall under the PPE funding that we're allowed to spend per the CARES Act. The scholarships and the supports for the families, I do have a question on, though, in terms of how, I don't know, Stephen, whether this does meet the requirement or not, in terms of if we utilize this under just a grant to a business and a business that experienced economic loss due to the virus.
Well, let me just say one thing, that scholarships have been part of CARES Act across the state. DeKalb County, in allocating some of their CARES Act, have made grants to programs like Scottsdale Early Learning for $100,000 for scholarships. So it's very much in keeping with the intent, we believe, of the act. And of course, we would require documentation from families. So it's being done across the state. That's all I wanted to share with you, including right in DeKalb County.
That would
Robin,
answer that question.
Yeah, Robin, you mentioned what I was going to say as far as the category that applies. I mean, if you can just give a grant to businesses, and I think this is a category of impacted businesses. So yeah, I think that it would be approved under the CARES Act. I don't recall, did we have grants to businesses under our list that we gave to DeKalb County?
No, we did not. And that's why I wanted to mention that we at a previous council work session, possibly meeting, there were discussions about providing grants to businesses. That was before we, the likelihood of receiving the CARES Act funds directly. So those items did not proceed, and we did not add any type of grants to businesses, which is what I see this under. But if my other concern is if we give a grant to a couple of businesses or to just one business category, but not in general, I mean, that decision is up to the council, not me, but I can see some potential just concerns coming from some of our businesses, or perhaps not. Maybe it's just me, but yeah, we did not include any grants to businesses on our list.
Well, I would certainly think that we would need to do a resolution then, and then say that it's under that category for CARES. And secondly, I don't like the idea of calling out a grant to a specific business, but I think that it would be fine to have an allocation for child care centers and have them apply, just like the people who were getting assistance with their rent. And so maybe we only have 2 in the city, and those will be the ones that apply. But I think just as far as how it looks as our official action, it shouldn't be specific to an individual business or 2.
Would you like documentation from from DeKalb County as to how they have provided CARES money directly to individual child care centers? Would that be helpful?
Sure, that would be helpful.
Yes,
Thanks.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
since
Thank you.
since DeKalb County is similarly minded as far as the spending, I don't anticipate that they would object to our changing our list. And since this fits within CARES, I don't anticipate the federal government would object. So yes, that would be great to have to kind of maybe take a shortcut to coming up with what we need.
Yes.
Okay, I'll
Thank you, Roberta.
So, the next thing that comes to mind is, and maybe this was already discussed and I didn't catch it, but is there a specific amount that we're allocating for this purpose?
The request included some amounts, as Ms. Malavenda was stating. I kind of grouped them into 3 categories. They're on the agenda summary sheet, through supplies, equipment, scholarships and support, and then program technical assistance, data collection and reporting. And the total request was $93,590. So we have an idea of what the potential spending would be, or what the city would provide for the businesses that applied. The child care centers.
Sure. So we would just want to include that budget in the resolution for the council to approve, and also keeping in mind that the total CARES amount, and this is like the 3rd different thing we've looked at tonight. Yeah. We don't want to exceed that auxiliary level, if we do, just know that we're doing that.
Yeah, no, we're tracking that. We're still far away from it at this point.
I do have a question so far as the proposal and how it's being administered. There's 2 child care centers named specifically, but then there's also 2 nonprofits that are named as being sort of administering it. So they would not be putting in directly for a grant, but we have the Amani's Women's Center doing administration and bookkeeping and CDF action, also working on that. So would that need to be managed in a particular way? Because I understand the idea that it doesn't want to look like, maybe we have 40 child care centers, I have no idea, but in Clarkston, and we picked out these 2 and said, we're giving them money, and never extended the offer to anybody else, or never let them know it was possible. We want to leave it open to anybody. If we're going to go down the path of doing early learning, which I think we should, then this particular proposal also specifies the people doing administration of it for those 2. So would that need to be proposed separately for the administration project? Or that aspect of it, or just have it be tied to specific child care centers, and they can decide how to spend it so far as paying for administration and stuff?
I don't know, Stephen, if you have I'm not sure. When I saw that, I was kind of uncertain how that would work.
Right. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I'm not clear on the role of the administrators. I mean, what I'm envisioning would have the city staff be administering, getting the money to the businesses. So I would need to know more about what they're doing.
Well, the scholarships were in 2 different places. One, that they would be allocated by the child care centers directly, and then another pot of money would be open to families that would be assisted in looking and finding childcare that might not be those 2 centers. So that that would be administered by Amani Resource Center, who would actually provide technical assistance and work with families, just as you do with rent assistance, to actually find childcare centers and to provide scholarship money or vouchers for them to attend childcare centers in the Clarkston area. So it would be Clarkston residents who would receive this service through Amani Resource Center. And then the 2 childcare centers would receive assistance directly for scholarships that they were able to give. We were anticipating this as a package proposal where we would, CDF would actually collect the information and help the centers with the reporting and the recruitment of families, and that we would also learn about the issues that these families might have to help inform our early learning childcare task force work. So it's really a partnership proposal from the organizations that are presenting this to you.
Yeah, based on, it's up on the screen now, what the administrative processes and the costs would be. And it's pretty much how Roberta stated them, but there's some, they would, item C, project management, technical assistance and workshops. So that's what it looks like, what the fees would be, what the costs would be. I'm not exactly sure how that would fall under, how we would provide that payment. I see it a little bit more as Stephen stated, that we would make an application available and then any child care center could apply for the funding, based on the categories presented. But Stephen, I'm still a little bit uncertain on the administrative. Maybe when we look at what DeKalb County did, that would give us a better idea.
Yeah, that might help. I mean, I understand that it basically the beneficiary is the parent that is a Clarkston resident. And I think that's an appropriate expense. But I do have a little bit of discomfort about just making the payment to the entity that's not the child care provider or the parent. But yeah, I would just want to give it some more thought, and looking at what DeKalb has would definitely be one of the things to do.
I think we lost the vice mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor is still. Oh no.
My apologies. I was actually muted myself. But what I was saying is, I think I'm concerned that with the idea that we did not advertise it, or we're not opening to other. I mean, we are not doing the same thing for the medical providers either. I mean, there are many places that are doing testing in Clarkston, but we're not. They didn't ask for funding at this point, and these are the organizations that asked for funding at this point, and we have 2 months left, and these services are needed. And I think I agree that we have to make sure that it's according to the CARES Act requirements. But I really disagree with the idea of opening it to other businesses to apply for this, because it's going to be the same thing for the medical testing. I mean, are we opening the testing for CVS as well? Do we have to? I really don't see that why we have to open the thing for other childcare centers as well. These are the ones that are asking.
About the number of childcare centers in Clarkston. These are your 2 biggest. There was a very small one that we've not been able to get up with. We tried. And there was one that may just be open. So there are only 4 childcare centers in Clarkston, 2 of whom are the biggest, and those are the 2 that we've worked with. The third is a very small one, which we've not been able to get with, but we'd certainly be willing to include them. So there aren't any more. These are the centers that are here. So we did really try to be to check in with every currently open childcare center in Clarkston. And these are 2 out of the 3 that are open.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? So I think at this point, we will be having this conversation after the council meeting and on the next coming days, and we will clarify with DeKalb County, make sure that it is in line with what they're doing. So, and thank you, Roberta. We will definitely be reaching out to you, and our city attorney will also reach out to you as well.
And I believe that I don't know if they signed up, but there are, I believe Tara Armstrong from Early Young Scholars is here. And I believe Angela Moore from Clarkston First Baptist. I don't know if they signed up or not, but they are, I believe, here.
We have one person that, other than Roberta, that signed up to speak, and that's Angela Moore.
I'll certainly recognize it at this point.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is Angela Moore from the Clarkston First Baptist Academy. I simply want to first thank Roberta for all of her hard work in putting everything together, and thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and entire City Council, for considering helping our child care centers. As Roberta stated, we are in desperate need. We've pulled every string and straw and hair we can, and we are one of the centers that has remained open the entire time during the pandemic. So we could really use your assistance right now. So thank you very much in advance for considering offering some assistance.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Well, I think I appreciate it. I think we got other agenda items, but if there are any questions, let's continue having this conversation. And
well, Mr. Vice Mayor, just to be clear, we will then Stephen will research, get the information from the county. We will then bring to the council meeting next week a resolution for this item for the council to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez, and thank you, Mr. Quinn. Well, our next agenda item is E8. This is to amend the Clarkston zoning ordinance to allow laundromats as the conditional use within the NC1 low density neighborhood commercial, NC2 moderate density neighborhood commercial, and I, which is industrialized light industrial zoning districts. And I would like to recognize Councilmember Carroll and also Ms. Cowie on this agenda item. Councilmember Carroll?
I can go first, and then Shawana can go after, if that's okay. So essentially, Clarkston does have laundromats, but there's no zoning district within Clarkston that actually allows laundromats. So the ones that they are just grandfathered in from the past zoning code. So if they were to ever close, they couldn't be reopened because there's literally no place in Clarkston that allows them. And I think that's probably an oversight or an error in some previous revision of the zoning code, because especially since some of the areas of Clarkston, some zoning districts do allow commercial dry cleaners. It doesn't make sense to me to allow a commercial dry cleaner, but not a laundromat when it serves a similar function. So what this zoning amendment would do is it would allow laundromats as a conditional use in the industrial and in the NC1, NC2 districts, which are business districts that do allow other similar neighborhood businesses. And it would not just allow them as a matter of right, they would still have to apply for a conditional use permit to prove that they're suitable for that particular site that they're looking to apply to get into. And there has been interest in this. There's a laundromat that I think applied to go to the Exxon gas station on Montreal Road, but was not allowed because of the zoning restrictions. And this has gone through the Housing Infrastructure Committee and passed out of that committee, and then has been considered by P&Z. And I understand P&Z rejected it because they want to wait for the zoning review to be completed. And, I'm sympathetic to that. Obviously, I would like the zoning review to be completed as well, and I think we saw why with our previous meeting with the sign code and some of the other considerations there. But I do think this is a relatively minor change to the zoning code that we could go ahead and make without waiting for the full-on review. And I feel pretty confident that any full-on review would state that at least some laundromats have to be allowed within Clarkston. I don't feel like this is a radical departure or anything like that.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Ms. Cowie, you want to add anything?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, Councilman Carroll summarized that perfectly.
Thank you, Ms. Cowie. Are there any questions from the council on this agenda item?
I do have one question. According to the code, any text change has to go to planning and zoning. And planning and zoning would put forward a recommendation either to approve or deny. And the last two items that have gone to them, they've said they refuse to either approve or deny until we do a complete and total rewrite of all Clarkston zoning laws. So since that may be 1.5 years and 2 years, can we skip the step of going to P&Z at this point? I'm not sure I see the purpose of going to, if they will neither approve nor deny a recommendation.
Actually, Councilwoman Hopkins, they did make a recommendation based on denial.
Okay.
Their discussion was that not only the denial based on the zoning rewrite, but based on the specifics of the text amendment, which included a conditional use permit as well. Their concerns were around the proposals of submitting conditional uses and how some of the residents did discuss how they were concerned about the applications of conditional use permits or actually listing uses that will be permitted outright. So they did have in their notes several concerns. Not only the rewrite was a concern with their denial as well.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Johnson was trying to get unmuted. Can somebody help with that?
I'm unmuted. I'm good. Thank you, though.
You got any question?
No, Shawana answered
Okay.
my question. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Did anybody register to speak on this agenda item, Robin?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I think. Whoops. Mr. Medford did. I'm sorry. I apologize. Brian Medford.
Go ahead, Brian.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Is this change number 19, maybe, for P&Z that we're for zoning change we're looking at here within the last few years? Yeah. So here we are again, looking to piecemeal the zoning again. It was pretty abundantly clear at the last meeting that we have some serious zoning issues coming. We're going to get shellacked by that sign company. It's just going to happen. We have bobbled this so badly by putting off this major zoning review, and we're just going to keep making these little tweaks without having any knowledge about how it's going to happen, how it's going to have any influence down the line. Yeah, we do need laundromats. I'll admit that one, but I'm against this on principle because we pushed this off so long and downplayed the zoning review for so long that now it's coming around to really bite us, and it just needs to stop. These zoning changes just need to stop. Suggesting that we just bypass P&Z, torches and pitchforks at the next meeting. That is an advisory committee, I understand, but it's a citizen advisory committee, which has been respected or not for years, but at least it's been listened to and happened in some ways. And especially how, I know that all y'all know that I was on planning and zoning, but I have my own opinions on P&Z, especially as a recommending body. This is just getting ridiculous, folks. And I know you're going to do what you want anyway, so my words are hollow, but they are noticed and they are remembered. So good luck.
Thank you, sir. All right, since there is nobody else who registered to speak on this agenda item, we're going to go ahead to the next agenda item, which is E9, which is allocation of CARES Act funding for internet connectivity in the amount of $50,000. And this agenda item, again, is it has to do with the CARES Act funding, and the idea is to help with Clarkston families who have internet connectivity issues, particularly in the apartments. I thankfully again, Roberta has had a success with a property just outside the city limit and with internet connectivity. And she have sent out a request for similar services that we can do in Clarkston, as also with partnership with an apartment complex management company, the city of Clarkston, and CDF. Is there anything you would like to add? Who had seconded me on this? I don't remember. But I think that was Ahmed. You want to add anything, Ahmed? All right. Well, if not, Ms. Roberta, go ahead if you could give us a quick bird's eye view of this request.
Yes, this is an idea, and it may or may not be part of what the city has intended, but it's really to present the idea to you for this or in the future. The background is that CDF has been working with a number of partners in the Clarkston community about how to increase Wi-Fi or connectivity, particularly in apartment complexes, which have had really difficulty in being part of the digital age. And so with research again in Georgia and talking with other partners, we've been talking with T-Mobile and R. James Property Management, and have been able to use some existing United Way funds that were dedicated for early learning to help us provide free Wi-Fi services to Clarkson Oaks Apartments, which is right outside the city of Clarkston. And it's very low cost, and we've been working with T-Mobile, and the equipment is being installed this week. We've installed some of it. We're actually having another training for the management staff tomorrow, and we hope to operationalize this in about 2 weeks. And when I've shared this with some other people, they said, we really should try to do this in Clarkston. And again, I'll very quickly put together some ideas for your consideration, either for this funding or in the future. The idea is that through T-Mobile, we can purchase routers and SIM cards to be stationed around an apartment. And then T-Mobile would provide services. And the cost for 2 apartments in Clarkston, and again, we did not talk to other apartment complexes. I had reached out to Robin and really haven't had time to get up with others. So this is just a pilot, just an idea. But for 2 apartment complexes that would be serving close to 300 units, the cost would be about $13,000 for 1 year service and the devices themselves. And so to actually start up in 2 apartments in Clarkston in November and December when the money has to be spent. To have the startup cost for 2 apartment complexes, and that would be Clarkston Townhomes and English Oaks, also owned by R. James Properties, who's been working so closely with us. It would cost approximately $18,378. And those expenditures could be made in November and December, and then we would work with R. James Properties and other funders to provide technical assistance to residents. But that would at least get free Wi-Fi services to over 300 people in Clarkston. There may be other apartment complexes that would be interested, but again, that's where we thought we might pilot and start, since we've been working so closely with R. James. And again, this is just for your consideration, knowing that time is short to actually vet this and maybe include other apartment complexes, and also that the money needs to be spent by December 20th. So it would be $18,000, not $50,000. $50,000 would be for the whole project for a year, but the money that could be used in November and December is a little over $18,000.
All right. Well, I mean, the grant could be that the idea is to allocate $50,000, and if there are any other parties who are interested on this, I think that will be open. And we all know that because of COVID, Wi-Fi is really important as much as we need water right now, because we're running our meeting, using internet. So schools are running on the internet. I mean, all our lives are on the internet right now, and all it has is because of COVID. I understand before COVID, we did have connectivity issues, but at this point, connectivity is a lifeline to a lot of families. And I think if we could provide it internet service free for being a year, I think or even 2 months, that's really still a good idea. But I'm not sure how we can sustain it beyond December. So I'm not sure. Maybe we could.
I'm suggesting that the $18,000 would be to pay the annual fee up front, and then the equipment is $6,943. So it could be sustained for a year as we continue to look for other funding.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
if you wanted to allocate, additional money and have other apartment complexes, including our James Properties, apply for the money, that would be another way to look at it, because there may be other apartments that are interested in purchasing the routers and the SIM cards and setting up a Wi-Fi service, and that could possibly be done by December 21st.
Exactly. And I totally agree. And the idea for the number 50,000 is just to allocate that much amount of money for internet connectivity. And hopefully, if that pilot project works, I believe that we could expand it, or even if we successfully achieve this within this month, we could do more apartments, I think, in a short period of time, the way I see it. But that's the idea. Thank you again for bringing this to our attention, Roberta. If there is any question from the council, go ahead, please.
I have a question for Ms. Roberta. I don't know if I misheard. How many apartment complexes will this service, how many will be serviced? Just one?
With the proposal we've just presented, it would be 2.
2.
And it would be 300 units.
Okay. Okay.
But you can see by the cost, if you, the cost for 21 devices is $609,943 for 300 units. You can figure out the cost of a device, which is about $350 with the SIM card. So depending on, for example, Clarkston Townhomes, we would need about 6 to 7 routers. In Clarkston and English Oaks, we probably need around 12. And so it would be depending on how big the apartment complex as to how costly it would be. But it's very, in our mind, it was very low cost to provide free service. And T-Mobile has been working with us.
Okay.
For $50,000, you could probably do 4 or 5 apartments.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council?
I had just posted a link in the chat from a website from Vermont about how to set up a Wi-Fi zone in your town, which is what I was originally thinking when I was talking about this, to make Clarkston a Wi-Fi hotspot, which can be done with not that many pieces of equipment. It's kind of like cell phones, and it would connect the whole town with Wi-Fi. I'd like to look into that because I think it could actually be done cheaper than doing individual units and individual apartment complexes to make the city itself a Wi-Fi zone, which is like a Wi-Fi hotspot, but it's a whole town or area of a town.
And this is Robin. In prior life, I was at a city where we looked into doing that. It was about 15 years ago. And we were able to, we had to scale it down because the local companies at the time were very against it because then they would take customers away from private companies. So in other words, it was government kind of meddling in a private business. But regardless, I agree with Councilwoman Hopkins. It might be a less expensive and be able to do the whole city. However, that may not be able to happen in 2 months. And we don't, I know that we do not have any, we'd have to check with AT&T and Comcast, your bigger providers, because they do have fiber cable in the ground. They're the two really large providers of internet connectivity to businesses, to homes, whereas T-Mobile was primarily a cell phone business.
Can somebody mute his phone? I'm sorry.
So it's something that, we started to look here because the city, we use Comcast. And we've been, as I've been informing the council, I mean, and Roberta's aware, we've been assisting the Digital Divide Task Force at Thrifttown with really having a location on Saturdays. We did it one Sunday to have families go there and meet with, with teachers, with volunteers to help them with their connectivity, or really how to navigate all the software that the schools are using for kids while their education is at home. So we've been communicating with Comcast. That's who we use here at the city, as to a couple of options. One, whether we can do what Councilwoman Hopkins suggested, which we believe is not within a 2-month time period. What Ms. Malavenda is suggesting can definitely work in a much shorter amount of time period, but it is specific to a complex. We were also looking at whether, again, through our provider that the city uses, to set up, perhaps expand the city's hotspot, or by virtue of being a Comcast customer, they have hotspots all over our city. Of course, they are reserved for people who are Comcast customers like us. And I am myself at my house, so we've used at those Digital Divide meetings, task force sessions, we used mine. I used my personal one. I'm a Sprint T-Mobile customer. And then we utilized the city's hotspot as well to allow for multiple connectivity. That works when you have probably only about 30 or 40 people connecting to the internet, but when you potentially could have 100 or more, you need something to what Roberta has proposed. So this could work. On a even more positive note, we do have a category in our CARES Act funding for technology equipment services. So we are set in terms of not needing to do anything additional because we did include that in our list. But we'll work with Roberta and the group to see what, and through our providers, what we can do to add that connectivity. We've shared with families that there's already free Wi-Fi. Refuge Coffee provides it, the Clarkston Library, the community center. We had mentioned that they can use our sites here at the city. We just we're going to start to advertise that more, and we are going to make the women's club available, as we are going to add Wi-Fi there. We, for some reason, never had it, but we are adding it there. And of course, allowing folks to utilize the connectivity here in our two buildings at City Hall and City Hall Annex, but of course from the outside. But that would entail folks physically going to another location. This item would, for ease, to allow kids to do their schooling at home by having a reliable internet connection.
So one of the other issue, and I'll be quick, is the idea was if there are 100 residents in an apartment complex, every person can use it in their home just like people who have money can. And so it really is an equity issue to make sure that families in apartment complexes in particular can really access connectivity without going outside of their apartment. It's also for the early learning programs that we've started that are relying so much on Zoom, and also for families who have to do everything online right now, like pay their bills, apply for jobs, apply for childcare, apply for benefits, and even participate in council meetings. So it's the idea of really making the digital divide much less income related, and providing connectivity to apartment complexes. The other thing we've heard about some of the hotspots is that they're not, if you're working on your homework and they go out, it's not very helpful. And so what our pilot is to really see, will this be an efficient internet connectivity so that children and families can really have access to dependable Wi-Fi. And that's been a huge issue for many of our families who live in apartment complexes. And so that's why we really picked apartment complexes as our target to try to get connectivity to families who live in those apartments. And the other part of the proposal is to provide technical assistance and training on how to use the devices, because that's another huge issue in our community.
Thank you, Roberta. And I just want to see if there is a consensus in the council. So is there a concern that the amount is too high or something? This is basically just like the first earlier recommendation that I heard. So this will be basically open for applications from any other organization, including other providers who are willing to do it. But at this point, we have a pilot project that CDF has been working on, and we could certainly see if we can just leave the $50,000 there and see if there are other people who might be interested, or we could see if that pilot project could be doable in a short period of time. And if not, we could use that amount of money, whatever is left over, if the council feels, or if the council feels like 50,000 is too much for Wi-Fi connectivity. I just want to know if there is a consensus on this.
I like the program. I like what she's doing. And I was just wanting to make sure that if the pilot program goes through, if we could incorporate would we be able to incorporate other units in the time frame that we have? Because if we can't, it doesn't make sense to allocate the 50,000. But as long, I think it's totally needed. and a real nice program. I just would like to see more people serviced if we could.
We can certainly look to do that. I mean, that's
Okay.
Thank you. If there are no questions, anybody who registered to speak on this, Robin? Oh, well,
Nope.
it was not.
Yeah, it was not available.
Yeah, so, well, I'm not sure how we're going to handle that one. I think we're going to have to go to the next agenda item and see at the last, after we finish, maybe we can open if there is anybody who want to speak on any of the 3 agenda items that we added at the last minute. The next agenda item is E10, which is allocate CARES Act money for food supplies in the amount of $60,000. And this is also a proposal that is not directed to any specific organization, but this is just to have a grant program where organizations, potential organizations, we already have organizations that are helping with food distribution, including Positive Peering, Clarkston Community Center, and other locations here in Clarkston. So the idea is to have a small grant programs where we could cap up to $10,000 to $15,000 per organization to help them, the organizations, to buy non-perishable items and do a food drive here in Clarkston. I thought of this because I saw on social media that the Clarkston Community Center was asking for canned food donations, and I think at this point we certainly need to help a little bit. I know we have had a success in partnership with DeKalb County. We have had so many successful food drives, but we haven't had much food drives for a while now. So I think this might help a little bit and help those organizations continue providing the food drives here in Clarkston with food distribution. So it will be a grant program where they're going to have to apply and or it could be refunded, but with a maximum of $10,000 to $15,000 per organization. And is there anything you want to add, Councilmember Johnson? We've been really talking to me about this for a while now.
The only thing I would like to add is not putting a restriction on canned goods. We are a very diverse community, and a lot of our residents would prefer fresh produce, and we do have a farmer's market, and they do sell in bulk. So I would not limit it to canned goods. Other than that, I think you summed it up very well.
Okay. The only reason I was saying that is just to make sure it is non-perishable food, so that they could really store it easily. That's all the reason I thought of.
Okay.
But if they're gonna buy the produce and distribute it before it could possibly be spoiled, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
So
and
December
right now,
15th.
and like I said, right now, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hopkins.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, so on December 15th, if there's any money left in this fund for food, then we go and buy a bunch of cans, right?
But,
Right, or
this,
fruits and vegetables, and we'll have a holiday giveaway.
I think there will definitely be organizations interested on this because of the fact that we haven't had, I know they are still doing food drives because they are, because that's what they really want to do, these organizations. We have one here that's using the Women's Club. Positive Peering has been doing that, but they've been doing it at small scale. So we could certainly help and increase access of food to our residents. And again, like I said, this is going to be case-by-case basis. So the individual organization is going to apply, and the city manager will have the discretion of approving and, or not approving each applications for food-related expenses of up to a total of $60,000 from the CARES Act funds. And if there is no questions from the council, we're going to go ahead to the last agenda item, which is E11. And this one is, again, a last-minute request that we received today. And it has to do with allocation of CARES Act funding for virtual school assistance. And this specific organization, I think it's Family Heritage Foundation. They are asking for funding of $10,000 to continue providing the very needed assistance with virtual school assistance. And I'm not sure if the organization is online, but I would definitely love to hear from them.
Yeah, there's an Idong Ekandam. Please proceed.
Yes. Okay. Good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to apply for funding and to speak and present. Bennett Ekandam is our executive director, and I think he's also online. So just real briefly, because I want to be respectful of everybody's time. We are Family Heritage Foundation. We've been serving in Clarkston for the last 19 years, primarily helping children with after-school tutorials and then providing family support. So since the pandemic, we have switched over from in-person tutorials to online. But as we progressed with the online tutoring, we noticed a lot of the children were struggling, and it's because they're mostly English learners and not being able to navigate the technology. And we heard from some of the parents who had to work that they were concerned their children were not doing schoolwork. So we started back with in-person tutoring, but on a hybrid model. So we have half the population who comes 2 days a week. And we've noticed since we started in August, the children who come to in-person are actually progressing much better and faster than the ones who are doing strictly online. So here's our need for funding. We do have a lot of requests from parents who want their children to come to in-person 2 days a week, but because we're having to follow strict COVID-19 guidelines, we can only take a certain number of children. So it would be helpful if we could expand the program, add 2 more days, and that way we can enroll more students in Clarkston. We're looking at anywhere from 15 to 20 students who could come those 2 extra days to get the in-person support that they need. So that's why we're reaching out to the city for help with funding.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council to the organization representative? All right. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for all what you're doing, and I certainly agree that this is very needed services. I have, I mean, my oldest kids are totally fine. They don't really need much help, but my little daughter, she definitely is one of those kids who definitely who's always seeking help. But thankfully, me and my wife, we've been helping her, but I totally understand to the single mothers and single parents, I should rather say, who don't have that luxury and who could not help their children, that you might be able to help them as well. So if there are no questions from the council, I will open the floor for comments on the last 3 agenda items. And if you have to make any comments, if you could raise your hands or somehow get recognized by our city manager.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is Robin. I would, if the, for the last item, if they could send us some information as soon as possible, that would be helpful to my email, rgomez@cityofclarkston.com. I would greatly appreciate that.
I think we received something earlier. I'm not sure if they copied you.
Yes, we did, but we can resend it, Mr. Gomez. We can definitely do that.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Again, I just want to give a chance to the public, since these 3 agenda items were added at the last minute. I will give a chance to the public who are attending to this meeting today to speak if they want to speak on these 3 agenda items. I will ask for a motion to go to executive session.
I move that we go into executive session.
To discuss legal matters. If you can make that motion again one more time.
Sorry, I move that we go into executive session to discuss a legal matter.
I second that, and we have a motion and a second. I'll call out your names. Councilmember Carroll.
Aye.
Councilmember Hassan. Councilmember Hassan. Aye. Okay. Okay. He's raising his hand.
Now.
Okay. Councilmember Hopkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
And this is Vice Mayor Iyasu. I also vote aye. So we're going to go to an executive session. And I want to thank everybody who attended our meeting. We will be back for adjournment, but we don't have any other agenda items for now. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Always,
Yeah.
we need to call in for the executive session?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You got the. I can give. Oh well.
Tracy sent an email.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah, I
text you
saw it. I
offline.
just need you to know that it won't be on my phone. It'll be on my mother's phone. I don't have it here. Okay.
I'll text you on your. I'll text you right now.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night, guys.
I am just going to go ahead and call in over there.
All right. Is everybody in the meeting? We got Deborah.
We have Councilman Hassan's.
And we need one more person.
There he is. There's Councilman Carroll.
All right. I adjourned the meeting. We don't need. We don't need to vote on this. But first of all, I opened the work session, and there is no agenda item to discuss. So the meeting has been adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care now. You have a good night.
Right.